Colloquium. Okay. You're welcome to the second ASLI Colloquium on the African Space Outer Program. My name is Kubaprun Safira. I work with the African Space Leadership Institute, and I'm delighted to be the MC of today's session. The theme of this year's colloquium is transforming the African space industry through investment, incentives, and innovation. And from that, we're going to look at a couple of topics that relate to the theme. Okay, thank you. Today, there's growth in reliance on space technology. So whether it is for transport, whether it's communication, whether it is climate monitoring, security, we cannot dispute that it plays a critical role in our day-to-day activities. So we believe that this colloquium provides a timely platform for us to discuss the way forward, also looking at where we are coming from and what can be done collectively for inclusive growth of all the African space efforts. So over the next few days, we're going to explore vital topics that include space policy, look at the legal and regulatory framework. We're also going to look at the investment opportunities of the African continent in terms of who is doing what and what efforts can be added in that regard. We're also going to look at the innovation ecosystem, commercialization strategies, public-private partnerships, and then capacity building and education, and a lot more. The goal of the colloquium is for us to be able to develop actionable pathways, whether it is on organization level, whether it is the national agencies we represent, and certainly at the continental level. So allow me to welcome you once again for this year's ASLI colloquium, and I wish you all a fruitful engagement. But before I invite Mr. Tim to give the remarks in terms of ASLI, the welcome remarks, we're going to have a briefing from Mr. Tim on ASLI and ASLI activities, and then he will invite the keynote speaker. After that, we're going to have session one. Session one is on education and workforce development, and it's going to be moderated by Ayomide Giant. It's going to be 1 hour from about 9 to 10 GMT. We shall have a health break of just 15 minutes, so please pay keen attention to the time for the speakers and definitely the moderator. After the health break of the 15 minutes, we shall come back for our second session on research, development, and commercialization. And that's going to be moderated by Alexander Opicha. And then after that, we shall again have a 15 minutes break. I'll come back at 11:45. I'll come back at noon, exactly GMT, and then get into our third and last session of the day. That's going to be moderated by Wanda, and then we shall have closing marks and call it for the day, and then come back tomorrow at the same time. So, Mr. Tim, whenever you're ready, you can give the brief on ASLI. Thank you.
Thank you, Safira, and thank you everyone for joining us again this year. First, I must apologize. You may be hearing some background noise. I'm sorry about that. The room I'm supposed to use is not yet open, so I just have to find like a library somewhere to just sit down and at least for the meeting to start. So once the room is open, I'll be able to go into the room. I'm also trying to think of how best to do this so that it won't be a repetition of, because a lot of people already know about ASLI. I don't want to repeat what you know already, but some may still not know about ASLI. So maybe I just say a few things and then we just go straight into the main program for the day. So the concept about or the initiative actually grew from somehow it's not unconnected with the African Union's initiative to develop a continental space program, and some of the colleagues here were part of those that developed the African space policy and strategy, and which eventually over the years has led to the inauguration of the African Space Agency just last month. And so in the process of trying to develop the policy and strategy, we found out that there was a lot of gap within the ecosystem gaps around space policy making, informed decision making, space law, space governance. So that's why we thought of setting up a think tank to help fill that gap. So this paper is online. This paper actually captures the whole idea, what we're thinking about us at that time. And it's kind of like a guide for us now as we implement the whole initiative. So I just want to say three things about ASLI, if I may put it that way. One is the vision for ASLI. ASLI has just one clear vision, and that's an African space ecosystem that meets the developmental needs and aspirations of the African people, and that is globally responsible and relevant. And if you look at this, it clearly aligns with the vision of the African Union as captured in Agenda 2063. And that vision is for us to have an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa driven by its own citizens and representing a dynamic force in the international arena. So if you see the programs that we run, you see that they are closely connected to or trying to address many of the issues that the African Union is trying to address. So I mentioned the African Agenda 2063. For those who are not aware, in 2013, we marked the 50th anniversary of the establishment of the Organization of African Unity, which has been transformed into the African Union. And so the African Union Commission then asked a question. This is 2013. What kind of Africa do we want to have 50 years from now? So if you add 50 to 2013, that's 2063. So that's where they came up with the concept of Agenda 2063. If you go to the AU website, you will see that I believe most of, if not all, the documents that relate to Agenda 2063. You see the vision there and the aspirations. But what's kind of interest to us are the flagship projects. And the whole idea about the flagship projects are kind of huge projects, which it's believed that if we can implement them, it will facilitate greater integration and development within the continent. And there are several flagship projects, but one of them is the African Outer Space Program, which is the one that actually concerns us. So that's ASLI's vision, one vision. And then we have two lenses with which we pursue the vision, and that's the African Space Policy document and the African Space Strategy document. And one of the things we do, whether in our publications or comments or programs, is always to use this as reference points. And even for this colloquium also, we encourage the speakers to also kind of use this as reference points or tie their discussions using this as like a foundation, because this is these are the documents that guide Africa's position, Africa's policies, Africa's programs, and even the partnerships that we go into. These documents are also available online for us to look at. It contains the goals, the vision, the different programs. The two main goals are to create a well-coordinated and integrated African space program that is responsive to the social, economic, and political and environmental needs of the continent, as well as being globally competitive. And then secondly, to develop a regulatory framework. So while the first goal tries to address the issue of socioeconomic development, the second goal tries to address the issue of law and governance. So if you pick those two documents, everything in that document can be put in this picture, in this, which captures the entire ecosystem. And this diagram was developed by Dr. Valanathan Munsami, whom some of us will get to meet, or if we've not met him already. So what we try to do at the colloquium is to pick each of these elements and try and zoom in, kind of examine each of these elements more critically. So we invite people both from within Africa, but also externally from outside Africa to view the ecosystem with us. So last year, when we started the colloquium, the focus was around human capital, and that nicely tied up with the AU theme for last year. This year, as Safira has mentioned, the theme It's around industry development, industry support. We already have plans for the colloquium for next year and next 2 years. So hopefully we want to pick each of these elements and examine them more critically, and of course, bring up some recommendations for not just the African Union, but even the member states and other stakeholders in the ecosystem. So we identified 3 gaps when we're thinking about ASLI. One was the poor decision-making process within the continent, both at the national level and at the continental level. And then many of our programs are kind of weak. In fact, many of them are, maybe not many, but a couple of them are actually funded from partners or externally. One of the questions we usually ask is, when those funding stops, what happens to the programs? So in summary, we look at the sustainability of the programs that go on in Africa. And then the other issue we identified was Africa's participation in international forums where decisions are made that affect everyone, even if you're not in that forum. And then in doing some more examination, we found out that one common thread in all this is that there's limited capacity in space policy, space strategy, and space law in Africa. And that's why we thought of establishing ASLI. So I've mentioned vision, which is one, the 2 lenses with which we look at the vision. And then we have 3 objectives and goals, which actually respond to these identified gaps that I mentioned earlier. So one, to build Africa's capability and capacity when it comes to space policy, strategy, law, governance, to strengthen Africa's participation in international forums, and to ensure that our programs are strongly positioned and sustainable. So we wear kind of 2 major hats. One, we wear the hat of a think tank, and we do the things that think tanks typically do, and then an institute or a school, and kind of do things that a school does. So these are some of the programs that we've done in the past. Some of us may have participated in any of them, and we hope to continue doing this. So usually when we have these programs, we usually record them and put them on our YouTube channel, so that even if you're unable to watch or participate, you can actually refer back to them. Let me go straight because of time. So we also run programs on different things that we feel that are very important for the ecosystem. We've just finished the course on the 3rd edition of the Global Space Policy course, and the graduation ceremony is going to be on Thursday, which is next tomorrow. And then on the 3rd of July, we are going to start the 3rd edition of the African Space Policy and Strategy course. We have a partnership with McGill University, the McGill Institute for Space Law, McGill Institute for Air and Space Law, and we run a course on space law and governance with them. We started last year, so we are going to have the 2nd edition this year. The Maximizing International Space Cooperation, we had that last year. We're going to have it again this year, but due to the input or responses from stakeholders, we're going to be calling it space diplomacy. So, but it's the same thing. Effective leadership for space institutions for those in management or leadership positions. That's supposed to be an in-person program coming up in the 1st week of August. The other ones I've mentioned, they are online virtual courses, which are spread over a couple of weeks. And then we have a course on the US space ecosystem, which is supposed to come up in the last week of August. So those are the ones that we plan to have this year. And then next year, in addition to the ones in green, we plan to have a course on space program and project management, and we are doing that in partnership with Angola Space Agency. And then we have another planned course on satellite technology for sustainable development also. So, so just watch out for the courses, and you're welcome to participate in them. We organize public lectures, like the one that is going to come up on Thursday this week. And we organize webinars and then competitions also for the younger people, both in high schools and in the universities. We also plan to organize fellowships also. And then finally, we also have some special projects which we also engage in. These ones, they don't fall neatly into the other two functions that I mentioned. So one of them is this colloquium, which is for us, it's a special, and it's also a flagship project. We also organize special forums. For example, we are having the third UK Africa Space Forum. That's going to come up 15th to 17th of July in Manchester in the UK. It's going to take place during the UK Space Conference. So if you'll be attending the UK Space Conference, or if you're interested in attending the UK Space Conference, you are welcome to attend this forum. And then we also plan to have something like a summit. So the whole idea about this, the name may not exactly be Addis Ababa Space Summit, but what we really want to do is that, as you may be aware, Unispace 4 is coming up in 2027. And we are thinking that we need to begin to prepare Africa to participate fully in Unispace 4. So the idea is to convene some meetings. Some will be virtual and then some will be in person for us to prepare ourselves for that summit in 2027. We have another project called Space Policy Tracker, which will soon be out. And the whole idea is that we are collating all space policy documents from 1957 to date. We want to make it accessible for people to, for reference, for research or anything of sort. So that is, has gone very far. That's the first phase. The other thing that we plan to do with that, space quiz survey, and this project actually stemmed from or came from last year's colloquium, and that is really to if you pick this African Space Policy and Strategy document, you see that there are KPIs, key performance indicators, in those documents. Our position is that that is what we should use to measure the progress we are making within the African space sector. It's not the number of meetings we have, it's not the number of conferences, it's not the number of, I mean, all these other things that we publicize. It's those KPIs that we should look into. So one of the KPIs has to do with these the skills that people who develop, and also how the industry absorbs that skill. So that project is ongoing, and we hope to conclude on that as soon as possible. And we are also making efforts to apply for observer status with the African Union and, of course, with CUPUS. So those are the projects that we are currently embarking on right now. So that's just brief about ASLI. In the course of the colloquium, I'm happy to engage with us to discuss what areas we can partner, what things we can do either collaboratively or jointly. I don't know whether there's any question. Otherwise, I don't know. Is there any question? Otherwise, we just go straight into to invite the keynote speaker. I actually don't expect any question, but if there's any question, I can quickly respond to. Okay, so without any further delay, let me invite our first keynote speaker. I think I saw him earlier. Okay, yes, I've seen him. Thank you. So our first keynote speaker is Imran Saloje. Imran is an executive director and space lead at the Research Institute for Innovation and Sustainability, RIS. RIS has been very supportive of ASLI since its onset. I think it was 2 years ago, we facilitated what was called the UK Africa Space Tour, where some colleagues from Africa went to the UK to visit some facilities and places. That's just one of the things that RIS has facilitated with supported ASLI with. So we really want to thank RIS. And anytime we call upon them, of course, Imran to also facilitate courses in some of our programs. So we are really, really grateful for RIS. So RIS is a management and innovation consultancy focusing on long-term sustainability and impact through improvements and radical changes in how businesses and society innovate. He has worked as a chief sector and business developer at the South African National Space Agency, where he was responsible for the Earth observation business development. He was a member of the African Union Commission Space Working Group, which developed the African space policy and strategy that I mentioned earlier. Prior to joining SANSA, he spent 14 years at the Department of Science and Technology, which is now called Department of Science and Innovation, and most recently as the Director for Earth Observations. 4 of these 14 years that he was at DSI, formerly DST, he was on secondment to GEO, that's the Group on Earth Observation Secretariat, where he was responsible for driving its capacity building program. Prior to his secondment, Imran was the director of the ICT technology mission at the DST. And before joining DST, Imran worked as a rock mechanics engineer at Plaza Dome Western areas, designing support systems for underground excavations. Thank you very much, Imran. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Etienne, and thank you for the introduction. It's a real honor for me to be part of the this colloquium, having esteemed guests here and fellow enthusiasts of African space. It's an honor also for me to contribute some thoughts to the discussion of the colloquium. I'm sure there's going to be a very, very rich set of discussions, as you outlined and as Safira outlined in her introduction. I think that there's a number of touch points with what I'm going to be saying and some of my thoughts around this as well. The topic of this colloquium, transformation of the African space industry through investments, incentives, and innovations, is really timely and critical for the future development of the space sector and its contributions to our continent. And the African space policy and strategy and its link to the Agenda 2064 is recognizes the potential and the contributions of the space sector to not only our economic growth as a continent, but also to importantly, improving the quality of lives of African people. We're witnessing a remarkable shift in space science and technology and the industry landscape across Africa. A critical driver for this, as you've pointed out, is the African space policy and strategy, which emphasizes innovation and the private sector's and particularly startups' role in contributing to a thriving, self-sustaining African space industry. And I think emphasis on that thriving and self-sustaining African space industry. I believe that the African space policy and strategy lays the foundation for fostering public and private partnerships that can bridge the gap between government ambitions and expertise and those of the private sector as well. Very importantly, I don't believe that we're looking at private sector going at this alone and government going at this alone, but there is a necessary and important collaboration that needs to happen around that. And each of the institutions, public sector institutions as well as private sector institutions, have a very critical role in developing the African space industry itself. The importance of public-private partnerships cannot be overstated. These collaborations leverage the expertise and resources of both sectors, enabling us to tackle the space sector's inherent challenges, that being funding, risk management, and knowledge transfer. By encouraging public-private partnerships, we facilitate the development of cutting-edge technologies and infrastructure and create an ecosystem where innovative ideas can flourish. Governments have a role in providing a supportive environment that empowers private sector players to be able to take the risks that are needed to grow this industry and invest in the African space sector. Private sector has a very important role in de-risking investments, potential investments, private sector investments that are coming into the African space sector. Of course, the African space policy, at the heart of the African space policy is the whole question of innovation. Not only the African space policy not only aims to promote indigenous space technologies, but also focuses on nurturing skilled workforce capable of driving our aspirations for space. This means a huge investment that needs to come in research and development around fostering entrepreneurship and supporting startups and small and medium-sized enterprises within the space sector. One program which you will hear about later on, I've had a look at the agenda, you'll hear about later on, is the Africa Earth Observation Challenge, which is one such program that aims to address the question of support to startups, and in particular drawing in the youth of Africa, which is by all accounts our greatest asset. Youth are increasingly becoming involved in the space sector, pursuing space-focused STEM and STEAM education, and very importantly, bringing fresh perspectives and energy that will invigorate this industry. I never thought I'd say this, but I think the youth are very going to be very soon, or if not already, replace the grey heads like my sector as well. As we build up the space sector, we must recognize the indispensable role of startups. The private sector is expected to account for an increasing share of the space economy globally, and current estimates around 78% of the total global space economy is dominated by the private sector. Of course, there's big space companies that dominate this statistic, but hidden in the statistic is the enormous contributions made of startups. And I think this is where we are able to align and to be able to leverage the use of having startups and innovation within the continent as well. By encouraging the startup companies to participate in activities ranging from across the space value chain, from satellite development to data processing and launch services, we foster an environment of innovation and efficiency. But it's also important that we very much create the conditions that help startups to thrive. This means strengthening the space innovation ecosystems, for example. And this would mean, for example, developing favorable regulatory frameworks, having mechanisms to access funding for the startups, building cultures of innovation, having collaborations and fostering those collaborations across the innovation space innovation ecosystem. Several factors are driving the strengthening of space innovation systems in Africa. We're experiencing, increased public and private sector investment, which is rapidly fueling the growth of the space sector. Africa's youthful population and the enthusiasm for space-focused careers in education, entrepreneurship is stepping into the industry filled with potential. The significance of space-focused STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics education and entrepreneurship cannot be understated. It is preparing a skilled workforce for us to be able to meet the demands of this growing sector. Moreover, we are witnessing the emergence of a strong African space economy, which is projected to grow significantly over the coming years. Some forecasts put it at around 22 billion by 2026, and we may, I don't have the exact figures at the moment, but we may have even surpassed this by now already. National governments are developing supportive policies and strategies, investing in infrastructure, while organizations like the newly established African Space Agency are poised to play a pivotal role in harnessing continental capabilities and seeking that integration across the continent as well. We also need to it's essential to recognize that space-driven solutions can tackle many of the challenges we face, from urban planning to resource monitoring to education delivery. And this recognition is reflected in the fact that 22 African nations possess space agencies or the equivalent, and that we have around 59 satellites in orbit already, and are using this to be able to improve quality of life, but also address the whole question of economic development and growth within the continent as well. We do need to push forward with these and to be able to develop very strong domestic capabilities across the 54 countries of Africa to be able to leverage the space capabilities as well. You mentioned collaboration in your opening remarks, Etim, as well. And collaboration and knowledge sharing are foundational to building a robust African space innovation ecosystems. The African Space Agency, for example, along with various organizations, is emphasizing the importance of partnerships between African space agencies, academic institutions, the private sector. But these collaborations also extend to collaborations with international space agencies, bodies, and institutions. These collaborations are critical and can help cultivate a pipeline of talent, allow for technology and expertise transfer, and develop innovative solutions for the pressing challenges that we face as a continent. In this colloquium, we need to, I think there's going to be quite a bit of discussion around opportunities that would allow for us to support space innovation. But we must recognize that funding remains a particular challenge as well. And I think that as from hearing what you're saying and looking at the agenda, this is also going to be a topic for discussion here as well. I think that it's important that in tandem with the private sector, private sector investments like venture capital, increasing national government contributions to the development of the space economy on the continent is going to be important, right? Diversified funding streams and identifying diversified funding streams will allow us to be able to achieve the very ambitious goals that the space policy and strategy has set for the African continent. I want to highlight space's immense potential as a catalyst for economic growth and social development. Globally, we're seeing that the space economy, some numbers are saying that the space economy is going to be a colossal 1.8 trillion by 2035. We do need to lay the foundations and the groundwork for Africa to be able to tap into this economy and to be able to position itself as a viable market, as a viable contributor to a global space economy as well. So in conclusion, just want to maybe highlight a few points that transforming the African space industry through investments, incentives, and innovations is not merely a lofty goal, but an attainable reality for us. By fostering these public-private partnerships, promoting innovation, funding research and development, which is really our long-term ability to be able to transact in the space economy and stimulating education and careers, leveraging private sector and diverse funding sources, we can create a very vibrant and sustainable African space innovation ecosystem that would be able to contribute to the agenda that the African Union has set for us to be our development agenda that has been set by the African Union through the Agenda 2064 program as well. So with that, some thoughts around the topic itself and discussions that I'm hoping will be picked up in the rest of the colloquium. Thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity. Over to you, Ed.
Thank you very much, Imran. We are very excited to have you, as we always have been. I think you're now part of the ASLI family because we've been with you right from the start. So we're always excited to have you back. So thank you. I think a few things that have been highlighted, including the symbiotic relationship, including the role of the private sector, like he said, are going to be built on in the coming sessions. So we look forward to that. Before I invite the moderator for the next session, I was requesting if you could please just have our videos on and then maybe take a screenshot and then we can get into the next session. If that is okay with you, so let's all have our videos on. There's a few people, we are still waiting for you. Just a few more people. But I'm taking them in. Okay. Okay. So the first deck is complete. I don't know if you're going to say ASLI or say cheers or say space. I think space is more appropriate. So on the count of 1, 2, 3, space.
Space.
For the second frame as well. One, two, three. Okay, thank you. That should do, but then also feel free to leave the videos on if you want to. But if the network maybe won't be good with the video on, it's okay to still put it off. So we are going to go into the second session, or today's first session, and today's first session is education and workforce development. So just to build onto what Mr. Tim had said, to build onto what Mr. Imran had said, in terms of how do we get to where we're supposed to be, what are the key indicators in terms of Africa's best growth, what efforts need to be sort of propelled from different angles. I think we can look at capacity building from that perspective. This session is going to be moderated by Ayomide. So if you're around, please, yes, I think I can see you. So feel free to unmute at any time and the session is yours. So shortly after the session, we're going to have a 15 minutes break. And the session is supposed to go until 10 p.m. GMT. So if we could take the time into consideration so that by that time we just have a 15 minutes break and then come back for the next session. Thank you, and whenever you're ready.
Thanks, Safira, and good day, everyone. First and foremost, I'd like to appreciate everyone for making time out to be part of this colloquium. I also like to extend my greetings to Etim. Um, all right, so we'll get right to the first session of today, which Safira has rightly mentioned is on the theme education. I have with me two distinguished speakers today. I also see that they are available. So just to give a brief discussion what to expect on the session today, I will be speaking well into the purpose of education. And for me, the primary purpose of education, particularly within our industry, is to develop well-rounded individuals, the next generation, and even expertise currently working within the industry, to build them to positively contribute to the industry and to also encompass the kind of knowledge, skills, and critical thinking and character needed to sustain and to establish success within this field. Africa's space sector, like the call for participation, is definitely a key driver for Africa's socioeconomic development. Uh, we find that we use space, science, and technology in almost every facet of um, of our daily lives, in agriculture, telecommunications, even medicine, transport, logistics. Even right now, as we speak, space science and technology is a modicum for our daily life, and it's something we cannot avoid. It's something that we also have to embrace. And in embracing space science and technology in whatever we do, we also need to think about developing the next the next professionals, the next set of people who will be very instrumental in driving the vision and even the dream for building Africa into the role or into the level of development that we aim to be. So with me today, I have two wonderful speakers whose work within this area of education and workforce development speaks for itself. So to set the ball rolling, I'll be giving each speakers 15 minutes each to present their topic for today. Thereafter, we'll take the last 30 minutes to take discussion and just have a brief discussion of any questions that might have also arisen from the presentation. So without further ado, the first speaker I would like to invite for our first 15 minutes presentation is Anne Aggie, who will be speaking to us about building indigenous innovation ecosystems for Africa's space industry through strategic education and workforce development. All right, Anne Aggie, you have the floor. And if you can hear me, you have the floor, but you're muted. Sarah, can you hear me?
Her feed seems to be frozen, I think.
Okay. While that is happening, we have the second speaker, in no person than Kariuki Wanda, who is speaking about elevating space education in Africa. If you're ready to go on, you can take Anne's place and speak for the first 15 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Wanda, and I am a final year student at the University of Nairobi doing astrophysics and space science. So I kind of do have some experience in space education, but as a receiver. And I thought that going into this sector, or rather focusing on this sector, would be much easier to help the people who are behind me, because I've seen a lot of, what would I say? I've seen a lot of a huge gap in how we handle space education here and in other countries. I'm not sure if am I supposed to present the slides? Am I allowed to do that?
It's okay, please, you can.
Okay. If you can give me a minute, I'll share it.
Hello, can you hear me?
And yes, I can hear you now, but we have Wanda speaking first, and then after the 15 minutes she's been allotted, then you can go on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you too. Yes, Wanda, whenever you're ready.
Sorry. I hope you can see my screen, yeah? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Give me a second. There's so much happening on my screen. Okay, just work with this like that. So yeah, I have always been passionate about space. I'm actually part of a startup where we are aiming to build capacity by educating high school kids to build small can-sized satellites. So we hope that in the near future that through this program we'll be able to inspire other people to join the space program and be a part of it as the space economy and development in Africa continues to grow. So we have, and through this we have to not only consider what they're learning, but also give them the materials and resources that are enough to be applied. And yeah, so the current landscape in terms of education, we have universities, we have programs such as the DARA project that educates that teaches people in terms of radio astronomy. And we also have small startups such as CanSats that have been inspired through space education, and also, such as the Nakuja project, which is a project by JQuat in Nairobi, where they build rockets and launch them. And we have to look at the challenges that we are currently facing so we can be able to achieve what we want. First, we do have, and I can personally attest to this, that we do have limited access to specialized curricula, where you'd find there's some aspects of space, let's say radio astronomy, in our curriculum, but you're not able to practice it perfectly because you have limited resources. And that's also because we also have access to outdated technology, which is not helping in terms of how fast the technological world is advancing. And we also have very limited research programs, especially in Africa. I haven't seen a lot of space research programs. They might be available, but they're not probably equipped enough to be able to get to where we want in terms of maybe our future and aspirations, such as the 2063 agenda in terms of space. And yeah, and also we have very limited, we also have very many African researchers and institutions that are underrepresented in other global researches. It's very rare to find an African figure in terms of researching. And we also have a lot of brain drain, as I had pointed out before, that we do not have enough facilities and resources to be able to practice what we are learning, and therefore people tend to go outside to practice what they have learned instead of practicing it here in our own continent. So my vision, or what I believe would be the best, or my vision of how we can elevate this, is not only building capacity, but also providing enough resources. And we also have to have the African perspective in these terms. We can't get inspired by other countries, and we are not looking at how our own issues have to be solved through elevation in space science in Africa. So first we have to have a curricular innovation that is specified for this vision. We need to integrate hands-on and practical activities, such as building telescopes. You're not only teaching the people or students how a telescope works, but also educate them on how to build one. So not only will they rely on other people to create these materials for them, but also they can have the idea of trying to put practice into what they're learning and actually use them. We can have virtual labs and remote sensing simulations. If I'm not wrong, most of the remote sensing resources are not freely available, mostly for students. And that's a pretty big disadvantage that limits how much people can experience, or how much people can work in terms of remote sensing. So this, is that, let me go to the next. So if we are able to provide these resources freely, or rather at better cost, it will be much easier, so that people can be able to practice what they're learning and get more expertise without having to be limited by their economic status or their, it's the same thing. Making enough resources for students to be able to grow this, I'm so sorry, to be able to elevate and improve our education. We have to be able to also interlink some modules where we are able to interlink space science with health, space science with law, space science with engineering. We're able to combine these two, so that even if someone is not necessarily an expert in space science or space technology, but they are interested in terms of the field they're in, they're able to grow that interest. And we can also diversify the type of online certifications we provide for students online. As I mentioned before, that there's students who are incapable financially to be able to probably even get education that's in something that they are interested in. If you can be able to provide available and affordable in real life, it will be very helpful for that. Yeah, we can also create, we also have to have a space-oriented college training, or rather teacher training curricula, because from my experience, a lot of the people who have been teaching me are either people who are who have done space science, or they are someone under probably like a professor, and they're trying to improve, or they're just finding their way into the world of space science. And most of the times you'll find that some of these teachers or lecturers are not able to provide enough, or rather adequate or efficient education, because they're not trained on how to handle, or rather how to educate students from a perspective of a space scientist or an aerospace engineer. They just have the aspects of what the education is, but they do not have the understanding of how space science should be approached in terms of educating people. And then we need to also be able to have projects where students are making an impact, like a physical impact, which is by utilizing data for local projects. And so if I give a great example, a while back, I was able to visit somewhere in my country, Kenya, a county called Vihiga County, and it was very encouraging to see how they were using space data to analyze how they can grow their county and track all the economic and social aspects of the county that they need to address. So if they wanted to create a school, they would map out an area and see how many schools are in that area, and what places they need better education programs. They need to install schools or high schools, so that they can be able to equalize how much they can able to tell where it's not developed and where is, and they can use that to rather encourage equal social provision for the people around them. And I think having such projects and involving students in such projects will not only encourage these students to want to to help a community and make an impact on a community, and also apply the skills they're learning. So it's not only helping the students, but also the people around them. We obviously have to have infrastructure role development in terms of education. We need to start building, as I said before, that there's some teachers or lecturers that are not able to educate students in terms of the space aspect, especially in Africa. And we need to start training many more people in terms of what we want to achieve for infrastructural development. So building training centers where they specialize on science tools and create national, regional space training centers which will also I'm so sorry for this. This is my first presentation like this, and I'm so nervous. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So we have learning facilities. We have to create things like observatories, planetarium centers, space schools, space-based STEM and schools, improve access to internet, and provide electrical energy, which is also part of infrastructural development. If we want to be able to reach out to people who are not as advantaged to as I am, we have to look at what are the limitations that they might get. So an example is like electricity. If you're able to build to increase the number of or expand our electrical grids in remote areas, or like creating solar panels powered schools in the remote and provide them with internet, it will be much easier for them to be studying, and also expand on the accessibility of the materials that they need. We also have to create collaboration hubs where we partner with industries to develop the fabrication of prototyping facilities and establish regional research parks in innovation hubs. This means that we need to not only do it ourselves, like as a country, we need to be able to be creating universal or a shared facilities for this. A great example is one of the most initiatives I've had a lot of people talk about is creating a space school where it's for not only the people in that region but also people around them. So if you can have an East African space school, which brings in students from not only one region but every region around in that section, to be much cheap. It's obviously cheaper, and it's also creating this type of network and trust between other people. And yeah, I feel like most of these things are kind of repeated, but I also agree that we need to start engaging communities currently, so we can be able to not only encourage the students who don't know what their path is or they're trying to figure out what they want, but we also have to encourage their parents into diversifying the types of industries that their children can get into. So we can do this through astrotourism. And there's a photo down here by Lea Sky where they had an astrotourism event. We also have astronauts, which are programs in University of Nairobi where people are encouraged to come and be lectured on space topics. Yeah, so we have to be able to encourage people to get into something that they're not usually used to hearing, because in Africa, I don't think a lot of people have a good understanding of what space is and what it can do for them. And yeah, basically everything about that. Yeah. So we need to start engaging our communities to be able to inspire them, to inspire their kids. We have to start somewhere. Yeah. And we also obviously have to look at our policies in terms of our education. And I think that will be handled best by the people working on the policies. Thank you for this time and thank you for listening to me. And I hope you have a great day.
Thank you very much, Wanda. That was a very succinct and well put presentation. Considering that was also your first time, I think your desire to spread the information today was well put across. So for anyone who has questions for Wanda, we'll be taking it after Anne's presentation. Anne, if you can hear me, you can now go on. You have the next 15 minutes for your presentation as well.
Thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Like we say in Nigeria, I think my village people were after me because I could hear, and then just when you called me up to speak, the mute button just wouldn't work. Welcome, everyone. Can you see my screen yet?
Not at the moment, no.
Let's see how we fix that. Okay. Uh-huh. Is it up now?
No. Okay. Yes, now it is.
Thank goodness. Okay. So good morning, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here. I'm speaking on building indigenous innovative ecosystems for the African space industry. So my presentation basically explores strategic education and workforce development and how this can transform Africa's sector from technology transfer dependency to our own indigenous innovation. We've so far relied heavily on foreign expertise, but sustainable growth demands local innovation tailored towards our own needs. So my work will basically analyze these gaps and challenges and propose comprehensive reforms. My paper will argue that building this innovative system for Africa requires us to have a fundamental rethinking of our approaches, using better STEM technology, accessing graduates better, and then demanding alignment with current day practices. But before we go then, let's look at who are the front runners in the African space sector in terms of investment and in terms of space-related research and development. So we have Nigeria, which established a space program in the 60s, when NASA established the first satellite Earth station in Kanu. But eventually, the establishment of our agency was in 1999 when we had the Space Research Agency. We have South Africa playing a pioneering role in the continent's developmental efforts. And then since then, we've had a total of about 20 satellite programs that have been set up early in the space age. And we've gone on to, as at 2016, in fact, we've had about 41 satellites demonstrating this accelerating activity within the space sector. But despite our advances, Africa controls fewer than 50 of these satellites, mostly through international partnerships, highlighting this our independence on foreign technology. So the question now is this: how do we transfer from dependency to doing our own thing using education, not just as a springboard, but as a destination? So the African Union adopted the African Space Policy and Strategy in 2016, establishing a framework for coordinated space activities. And then we know just recently, we've had the African Space Agency formally inaugurated. So we can say we are on course for what we intend to do with our space work so far. However, the technology gap still creates challenges for the technology gap in education mostly still creates challenges for us in the sector. So how can innovation thrive when we don't have a workforce to teach our people? We can only have innovation thriving when you have a robust, aligned, and forward-looking educational system. So although we've made, considerable efforts to commence space science and technology in our universities and research institutions, but a lot more still has to be done. So basically, what have we done? We have several institutional components designed to build this institutional capacity. We have 2 African regional centers for space science and technology set up in 1999, the English-speaking one in Nigeria and the French-speaking one in Morocco. These centers, established under the auspices of the UN, basically try to represent the continent's primary institutional infrastructure for specialized space education. So while research has been
Is it me or the
like
audio
I
has been
said,
broken?
Yeah. It seems to appear that Anne is having technical issues. I think she's back now. So let's just be with her.
Can you hear me?
Oh,
Yes,
yes, we
again.
can.
Mhm.
That the educational models we have begin first and foremost with the 2 African regional centers. One in Nigeria, the English-speaking regional center, and the other in Morocco, the French regional center. So what these centers do basically is that we develop skills and knowledge in 5 prime areas: remote sensing and stroke GIS, satellite meteorology, and global climate, satellite communication, basic space and atmospheric science, and global navigation satellite system. So these centers serve multiple countries within linguistic regions, pooling resources to overcome individual national limitations. Apart from the centers, we also have university-based programs. Traditional aerospace engineering programs at universities provide this foundational technical education. We have industry training initiatives where various space agencies have various training programs for their personnel, often in partnership with other agencies. We have local NGOs giving conferences and workshops, and we also have international collaboration programs. So basically, these are the 5 ways in which we have so far educated our populace about space programs. But as much as we have tried, our curricula is outdated. And like the last speaker said, it's overly theoretical. We're just teaching what's in the books without much practice. And we lack the focus required in the space sector, which transforms mechanical engineering, transforms telecom, transforms space, transforms policy Etim was talking about. So there's very minimal exposure to project-based learning and software development. So all of these are the challenges which limit the effectiveness of our current space education initiatives and approaches. So basically, apart from the curricula that is outdated, we also have resource constraints. Most institutions face financial issues. We don't have enough laboratories. We don't have specialized equipment. We don't have access to current space tech. So this really constrains practical learning opportunities. Then curriculum relevance is also an issue. And then industry alignment is also an issue. So the question now is, with all of these challenges, what framework do we have in place to ensure that we have a good educational system? And the first thing we need to do is we need to include specific provisions. We have to have policies in place for workshop development targets, dedicated funding mechanism for education, and coordinated mechanism for educational institutions, space agencies, and industry. We need to do STEM education revamping, where we build a sustainable workforce that requires great STEM education, teacher training programs, space clubs, competitions. We need to keep on at it, and then provide educational material just to revamp the STEM sector. We need curriculum reform. We need an innovation ecosystem development where we will actually have curriculum components focused on space application development. access to seed funding, regulatory and policy education for space governance efforts. We need to have what I refer to as applied learning through authentic projects, not just theory now in this case, but let's have university-led satellite development initiatives. I was talking to a team the other day. Let's have clear educational objectives. At the end of the year, we want our engineering departments to be able to do this and that, to launch a satellite, to do so and so. We should also have Pan-African exchange programs where we facilitate student and faculty mobility across the African continent. And we have international collaborative projects as well. So on the continental level, we have to keep up now with the African Space Agency. We have to continue to have a continental workforce strategy. We need to encourage associations or organizations like ASLI in their work. We need to harmonize space education standards across the African Union. So what someone learns in Nigeria, the person learns in Kenya. We need to invest in national and regional space education initiatives. And even at our national levels, our nations need to coordinate bodies that are into space tech, bring them together, have clear-cut timelines of when we need to achieve so and so. And without overstretching it, as someone from the academia, we need to develop faculty capacity. We need to develop a curriculum that is really robust, that can teach what we need to teach. And then we need to continue speaking about regional cooperation recommendations and so forth and so on. And then most importantly, the elephant in the room, funding. We need to find a way to get money for local startups and university spin-offs. We need to give them grants, we need to give them regulatory support. If we find any organization working in the space sector, we need to encourage them through attending their programs like we are doing now, through giving whatever support we can. Institutional implementational success will depend on this sustained commitment from multiple stakeholders, including government, educational institutions, space agencies, and industry partners. And I hope we can all come together, to achieve what I've just talked about. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much to our speakers, Anne and Wanda. At this moment, we will now be transitioning to the panel section to better discuss and get more from this first session of the day, which has been encapsulated on developing education and workforce development. At this moment, I will be calling on anyone who has questions. You can either send your questions to the chat, or you can unmute at this moment and ask your questions directly to our speakers. And while we're waiting for questions, I'd like to begin by asking a few questions. I know our speakers spoke extensively about education and building the workforce, particularly looking as to what is currently obtainable within the continent and building up on that. Without, putting the horse before the cart, I wanted to ask about if you'll be open to speaking about your experiences with specific educational approaches. I know Anne is from academia. I wonder you are in the astrophysics section of the space industry. But if you would like to speak more about your experience with specific educational approaches, particularly coming into the industry, have you had any personalized learning, or were you even able to develop your own educational nuances within this industry? And what do you see with the current trend in education and workforce development that you would like to see evolve in the future? It's open to any of you. You can take the question.
I can answer. One thing I would mention or talk about, mostly in terms of space education in astrophysics, there aren't a lot of resources for us to be able to practice these things. So, like, we'd have a unit called radio astronomy, and the radio telescope that we are using is not the ideal for practicing radio astronomy on a larger scale. So you'd either have to apply for something that has that kind of resource that you need, than learn it from school. Yeah, so that's the main issue. And we also don't, and a lot of the astronomy programs are not funded at all. So we don't have a lot of research. Sorry. So we don't have a lot of what's the word? We don't have a lot of, yes, resources and funding. There are a lot of people who undermine astronomy, especially in Africa, and don't see it as a constructive path to build and grow. So there has been a lot of gap in terms of that, and that's why I was very keen on emphasizing about availability of resources. And this would need funding, a lot of funding. And also we have to put people who do have experience in the space sector in positions where they can make the decisions to actually make change in terms of this funding. So because now they would understand why it's important to fund these things and why it's important for our own future. I forgot the other question, but I remember the last one in terms of the future. I do think the future is improving. I think there are a lot of initiatives that are trying to improve the space education sector. An example is the installation of the TAT telescope in one of the universities in Kenya. It was very encouraging because it's like you can actually go collect data, come back, process it, and give the result, which is much easier than being told to go online, search for the data that you aren't even sure if it's the standardized data, and come back here. So yeah, I think the future is very positive, but I still emphasize on funding and provision of resources and restructuring our curricula in terms of Africa, so we can be able to not only innovate, but also have an African perspective in terms of how we innovate and how we find solutions for these things. Yeah.
Thank you, Wanda. Definitely well put. We need to definitely find African solutions to the way we innovate. And if you're still here with us, I would also be posing the same questions to you, which is, in your own experience, is there any specific educational approaches that you think we should be tailoring for Africans' need? And how would you like to see education and even workforce development evolve in the future?
Okay, thank you. My own journey education has been humbling and eye-opening. I'm not an astronaut, I'm not in the sciences, I'm a lawyer. So basically what I've gleaned over the years has been because I've had the privilege of engaging with academics, policy experts like Etim. I read a lot of books and had access to information, to mentorship, and cross-disciplinary collaboration. So those are, for me, are the first steps to getting anyone interested. I like to tell the story of myself as being an accidental space lawyer. Nelly is here, Etim is here, so they know the origins of how we got into this business. It was from a space law competition. So those competitions where you figure and where you think are not important are actually very important. So because we had a competition coming up, then we had to study. Because all we knew about space was what you know as a child, astronauts and stuff, and NASA astronauts in their suits and all that. So now you're talking of a space law competition. So now we have to study. So because we are studying about space law, now we are beginning to learn about rockets. Now we are beginning to learn about satellites. We are beginning to learn about GIS. So it's all interconnected, and it all started with one interest, which you would have thought was not necessary. So for me, the first thing will be to invest early in education. We need to introduce space science into primary and secondary school curricula, and that's the work Learn Space Foundation is doing. So while lots of us like to talk about space education at the tertiary level, the truth of the matter is that the young minds that are very impressionable at the primary and secondary levels. So if we let them go into the arts and very few of them go into the sciences, you're going to have a challenge later on, because now you have lots of young people who are not really interested in what you're talking about after all. But if you catch them young, and you're not coming to them just like science fiction, you're giving them real dynamic local relevance of what space tech can do for you, even at your local level. Give young learners telescopes, simulations, space games, stories, let them hear some of these things. And I also think that in my experience, what I've also seen is that most people only engage with the space sector in abstract terms. When we're just talking space here now, after this, now go away. But we need to bridge that gap by demonstrating how space tech solves real problems. We need to tell people how this really works, because like I'm Nigerian, and then when you're talking space with Nigerians, they say things like, you're not finished solving the problems down here. You're now trying to take us up there. That's because as educated as we are as a people, we don't seem to realize that space is already solving most of our problems down here. So we need to find ways to connect, let these people know that space tech is not just about somebody floating around on the moon. It's about solving real life problems, climate monitoring, disaster management. And then I would like to also add interdisciplinary thinking. Initially, we thought lawyers had nothing to do with space, so we stayed away. In fact, when we tried to come in, people were like, what are they doing here? They are not science inclined. And most time when I was in the room, I didn't really, at those initial stages, I didn't know what in God's name the space tech people were talking about. Their terms were strange. I didn't know the meanings, but I stayed focused. I stayed, and eventually, we got recognized. We got a foot in the door. I remember the last ASLI I attended in Azerbaijan. I made the point. At the end of the event, there was an award ceremony by the IAC of students who had manufactured some stuff, CubeSats and all that. And even though the IISL, the International Institute of Space Law, collaborates with the IAC for that conference, the students who had won the space law competition were not recognized. So I asked why. If the IISL is doing something in collaboration with the astronauts, and then at the end, the astronauts just give themselves, their students an award, and then they were winners of a space law competition. I made that point that we have to have an interdisciplinary melting point so that the lawyers too can feel that they have a place in the room. And then public-private partnerships, we cannot overemphasize. But as a final note, you asked me what the future holds. Like the last speaker said, the future is bright. I think we'll see low-cost satellites if we keep up these conversations. I think we'll see homegrown solutions soon. I think if we keep having these conversations, very soon we'll get the right people interested, the tech companies, the CEOs who are the big money pockets. I think eventually we'll have a sustainable space economy if we don't give up. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. And for those wondering what competition that Anne was talking about, I see you, Etim. She's talking about the Manfred Lachs Space Law competition. I know it's currently on right now, and Africa just concluded its regional rounds, and the winners would be proceeding to the finals at the IAC in Australia. For those just joining us, we're having Wanda and Anne speak about education and workforce development, which is the first session for today's colloquium. We're taking questions right now after very beautiful presentations. So if you have any questions for the panelists, you can either put that in the chat box or you can unmute or you can indicate and I can call on you. I have a team who has a question. I'll invite you right now to ask a question. You're muted right now.
Sorry. Thanks, Ayomide, and thanks, Anne and Wanda, for the presentations. I think in addition to posing questions to the speakers, I think it's also a discussion, so other participants can actually contribute to the discussion. My question, it's one question, but I'm going to apply it to Anne, or address it to Anne and Wanda slightly differently. I'm looking at two things now: the education or the skills that people are acquiring, whether in the university or in different training programs or educational programs. And I'm trying to juxtapose it with the industry, how the industry is absorbing those skills, what people are being educated or trained for, comparing that to what the industry needs, maybe now or in the future. Especially for Anne, who is in the academia, what has been the feedback, whether it's for space law or other fields? Is there a match? How is there a flow? When you train students, are they easily absorbed by the industry? If not, what is causing that mismatch? And therefore, Wanda, since you're still in school, where do you see yourself in the industry based on the education you're going through now? Do you see yourself, do you see a place where you can actually fit, and not just within the African space ecosystem, but even within the global space ecosystem? Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? Am I on? Can you all hear me?
Yes, please, we can.
Yes,
Oh,
Anne,
okay.
yes. You can
Yes,
go on.
yes. Okay, thank you, Tim, for the question. One of the recurring themes, indeed, like you rightly said, in feedback both from students and industry stakeholders, is a concern about relevance, actually. Because the curriculum we teach often feels outdated, like I said earlier, or disconnected from the developments in the global sector, should be told. For instance, we teach the laws, we teach the policy. So they keep asking me, how's that going to put food on my table? How will I get money? This space law and policy you're talking about, how can I apply it, to my legal practice? So yes, indeed, we get those kinds of feedbacks. Students are hungry to try hands-on real experience. They want simulations, they want internships, and we are here talking, just teaching and teaching and teaching. So that's our first problem, our first challenge. There is indeed some lack between the classroom and what they find in the field. After we teach, usually they don't have the places in which to work in the country to fit in their skills. That's the first challenge we have. They don't have the labs, they don't have the simulations, and that's why you find lots of our students who are really interested in this field. As I speak to you, most of them are out of the country or doing some internships with the United Nations. They are really not around. A couple of months ago, a friend of mine in one of these centers, I think in Kaduna also, had reached out to say could I please help him to get a catalog of all the space tech companies in Nigeria? And I said, oh, okay, I'll get back to you. Because I thought it was going to be something easy to get. As I speak to you, I couldn't give him anything. And he told me he had reached a couple of our colleagues and nobody really could. Even the space agency doesn't have a compendium of our space techs. So I really don't know if we have space techs, if we have enough space techs, how many space techs we have. So if we are graduating people and telling them about space and there's nowhere for them to go, even for internship, that's the first challenge we have. So that's from the student angle. They don't find where to have hands-on experience. Then from the industry angle, when you try to talk to companies and members in the field, they tell you that the graduates lack practical skills. So, I mean, it's a bit, it's confusing. Now, the graduates are saying we don't have where to practice what you've taught us. Then when they find one or two companies that are actually in this field, those ones say, oh, the graduates lack practical skills. And that what we are teaching them is the systems thinking mindset. And that's not what the industry needs. The industry needs them to be innovative, to think out of the box, and we are not teaching them that yet. So instead, what we hear is that you need to teach students to think like entrepreneurs. You need to teach them to think like innovators. But we in the academia, we are saying before we get there, we need to teach them the basics. So we thought we'd teach them the basics and then you teach them the practical. So when you turn around and say to us that they are coming to you green, that's exactly how we think they are supposed to come. But well, discussions are ongoing. We are not where we are supposed to be, but the point I always make is we cannot stop trying. We cannot stop having these conversations and tweaking things here and there. We are not there yet. We will revise the curriculum. We have said that several times here. We will continue to foster collaboration. We'll continue to encourage research that has impact. And for those of us in non-governmental organizations and organizations like ASLI, I'm just going to make a plea. We really must leave talking and start doing practical. I will never stop telling this story. My first IAC, I had high school students who came to the IAC with CubeSats. We had Nigerian university students that came with nothing. So we need to begin to have targets. Before the next IAC, we need to gather some high school students or university undergrads and say, what innovation are you taking for the next space conference? In that way, I think we can begin to breed a generation of space tech people and then merge the gap between what we teach and what's in the field. Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
Sorry. Before I answer the question that I was asked, I would also add on top of what she said, because it's true, most of my friends who have done this course, they do not have, most of them either didn't get a job or an internship where they were able to practice or, practice what they're doing. And it's very discouraging to see the future ahead of you from the people who were before you. But I do think there's some hope in terms of how we can address that situation right now. I think it would be best for us to be able to encourage students while they're in school to participate in projects that are making impacts on the community. So as I mentioned before, we could have students who are interested maybe in like remote sensing and they do a project that maybe helps something like agriculture or like climate monitoring. So that's like a practical skill where they're able to practice what they have learned and be able to apply it in real life. And also, a great example would be like how we have started the CANSAT program, which is encouraging other people to join the space industry by giving them hands-on skills to create small satellites. So by participating in projects where you know that you have, with the resources that you have and the opportunities you have, you use them to create solutions for your community around you. And I think that will bring light to how important space is, and there will be more projects that are space-based and are also creating employment for these people and also creating an impact on the community. In terms of what I see for my future, I do think that I do have a great future of staying in the space industry in Africa. I believe I will have to work much more than the people behind me, but I am willing to make that sacrifice and create a path for them so they can be able to make much greater impacts than I have. Yeah.
Okay, if
Thanks,
I may just,
Wanda. Oh, right,
yeah,
Etim.
yeah, there was another aspect of, I think that was from Ant's discussion around the kind of things we need to know and how to, I'm trying to say how best to put it, but how the knowledge can be balanced across Africa. I know that the AU has different programs for example, conversion of certificates. So if you go to a school or if you learn something in one particular country, there's a mechanism for that to be maybe recognized or converted or recognized, let me say, in another country. I think they call it something around something mobility program, something like that. I don't know how that works within the space sector. I know that different countries have different strengths. For example, when you talk about satellite development, okay, South Africa is very strong in this. Universities are very strong when it comes to satellite development. When it comes to astronomy, which countries are strong in that, or Earth observation, which countries are strong in that. So I don't know whether the idea about everybody learning the same, I don't know whether that was the intent that Anne wanted to bring out, everybody learning the same thing across Africa, whether that's the best way to go, or whether we focus on particular niches and build those particular areas. But I don't know, I just wanted to open that up for discussion on how best to develop the different thematic areas.
And before Anne or any of our participants take up that question, I would also like to indicate that we have 15 more minutes on the clock. So please, let's keep our answers within the 2 minutes bracket. Etim has asked, should African countries looking to develop capacity within the educational sector focus on their strengths, or should it be a conversation on learning the same thing or building the same curricula and having conversion for the certifications for students? And if you want to take up this question at this time, or any of the participants, that'll be wonderful. Alexander, I see you have a question for Anne as well, and I'll be taking your question after Anne's comment or Wanda's comment, or even anyone's comment on the question that Etienne has posed. Is Anne still with us?
Yes,
Or
yes,
anyone?
I'm still here. I have to mute so you don't hear the sounds, and then when it's time to unmute, it now causes a delay. Yeah, so that's another excellent and timely question, and it really strikes at the heart of how we can build a sustainable and competitive presence. But I think the answer lies in strategic collaboration through differentiated strength. What do I mean? We should not aim for every country to learn or do the exact same thing. That's not what I meant. What I meant is we should have the basics, the underlining. Everybody should know those. But each country should focus on its comparative strengths while collaborating across borders. You can share knowledge, you can share resources, and you can share innovations. Why? Just like all of us can build rockets, not every in African country, whether we like it or not, will ever have the capability to build its own rocket. So Nigeria could lead, for instance, in satellite communication and space law. South Africa could lead in radio astronomy and observatories. They are already doing that in any case. Egypt can lead in aerospace engineering. Kenya, Rwanda, anybody else can lead in space tech entrepreneurship and drone applications. This will help us reduce cost, of course. This would help us avoid duplication. So I understand Etienne's point. In fact, I'm thinking the more I think about what he's saying, the more it makes sense to me. It will help us reduce duplication, lower cost, and build centers of excellence that cater to the needs of our individual nations, so to speak. But I also see the place of a shared foundation, which is what I talked about earlier, because we must have this basic level of space literacy and education, which we must standardize, so that if I go to my colleague in Rwanda, in SA, we are all speaking the same space policy language, the same scientific and tech language. So if we have this shared African space curriculum by the African Space Agency that we all adapt locally, it can ensure this common understanding while we also still cater. So my point is we can do both. We can do both. While we will not concentrate hugely on us having the same kind of specializations, but we need that basic level of space literacy and education. So for me, the African Space Agency can provide this framework for this coordinated development. Member states can pool their funds together, share satellite data, collaborate on space missions. I think we'll do more if we synergize than if we do our own thing. So true, like he said, and the more I think of, in fact, I can see an idea of a paper coming. We don't need 54 countries doing the same thing, right? But we need 54 countries doing the right things together. So I don't know how, well, I don't know how the salad will work, but you get my point. Thank you.
Thanks, Anne. Yes, that was definitely insightful. All right, Alex, I'll call you right now for your question to Anne, and we'll wrap up from there.
Thank you, my sister Ayomide. Good afternoon, everyone else. Where I'm speaking from is in the afternoon, but I'm in West Africa or in Europe, in America, can be in the morning. Kariuki Wanda, your presentation was very beautiful, very encouraging, and very motivating. Personally, I'm inspired by your boldness to take first step to come and make a presentation. Other people of your age could not come. They have never known that you can participate in a science conference of this kind. So congratulations and keep on doing like that. As you promised us, your future is very bright in space and space civilization. Still on Kariuki Wanda, I also saw you on your first slide, you had quoted one line of William Butler Yeats. We usually call him W.B. Yeats. There was a line of a poem there that education is not a pot we fill, it's a candle we light. Now, don't just read that one line and quote it. I want Kariuki Wanda to go back and read a lot of W.B. Yeats, other space science related literatures, fiction, and other cultural approaches to space consciousness. So we honor you for that. My question goes to my sister Anne. You know, Anne is an attractive speaker. Now you attract a lot of questions also. We have got an East African we have an East African proverb that the monkey is not killed for anything else. It is killed for being too beautiful. You know, it is an East African male circumcision song having that message. So, Anne, when you began your presentation, you talked about people in the village interfering with the functionality of your technology. Was that a scientific observation? Was it a joke? Or it was an obiter dicta, by the way, because you are in indigenous capacities? That is question number one. Question number two, your topic has a beautiful focus on indigenous capacities. That is what the UN has. That is what other development agencies has as an imperative idea. But in your presentation, you did not bring out the element of indigenous capacity, especially the indigenous epistemology, indigenous space science epistemology. Epistemology means the process of making knowledge by indigenous people. So indigenous epistemology, you didn't come out beautifully with that type of area, which is supposed to be so important, especially African epistemologies in space science. So I wanted two things from Anne. One, to intensify her future research in indigenous knowledge systems in relation to space, and also maybe she has a response or a comment to make about my observation. Thank you so much for giving me this chance, my sister Omolo Ayomide.
Thank you as well, Alex. And before you answer that, I also see that Pelisia's posted a question in the chat box for you. Or maybe it's a comment. So if you could please just answer both Alex and Felicia under 2 minutes, that would be great. And then we can wrap up.
I'm trying to read her question on the.
Yes, you're fine. Thanks, Nelly, for your comment.
I don't know if that's the indigenous epistemology you were talking about, because I just went off and then I got back on. So I'm trying to find the question, but I can't find it. Can you repost it?
The one for Alex or this?
No, you said someone had sent in a question. While I answered the other question,
Yeah,
read
please,
it.
you can, Pelagia, I know, yeah, Pelagia is more of a comment. Something to do about the crossbreed of the educational expectations of students across Africa, or on the certificate or on the conversion. So I think we can leave that as is, and you can give 2 minutes to Alex's question.
Well, I hope I understood what his first question was about. Me making a comment about village people benefiting from space tech, if I heard him right. If I think if that's what he meant, then what I meant was that we need to humanize space science to show that these benefits are not abstract or limited to elite people, but that they can touch people in rural areas, whether it be mobile banking, satellite TV, mobile communication, or even weather predictions. So that's what I meant. So, but I mean, if he can remind me if that's not what we're talking about. But he also talked on indigenous epistemology in space science. I'm very grateful for that critique, and indeed it's a fine point that I hadn't really thought about. In fact, I'll be looking it up as soon as I finish this presentation. But he is absolutely correct. Too many times we frame space science purely through these Western post-colonial lenses, when in fact African societies have long worked even on astrology too. But he's absolutely correct. In my paper, I really didn't consider that, and it's something we need to study. In fact, I remember someone making a point on Facebook one time that the Yorubas had a calendar synced to the lunar cycles, you know, but it's really not something we talk about a lot. When we talk of the wise men who came to see Jesus, we think of them as white. So, sir, indeed, you're correct. I will intensify research on these indigenous responses you speak about. In fact, I'll send you my email so you send me some materials where I can explore these knowledge systems, and it will help our understanding of space, both as a scientific inquiry and then as a cultural phenomenon, because truthfully, I hadn't really thought. But I'm really interested in how these systems can be documented, because I'm not quite sure if I've come across a lot of literature, sir, on it. If you have, please do share with us so we can actually integrate it into our curricula before it gets diluted. So in my other presentations and papers, I hope to contribute to this body of scholarship with more knowledge on this indigenous field. Thank you, sir.
And thank you, Anne. And with that, I see that we have 1 more minute on the clock. I do not want to take away from the time allotted to each session, and even with the breaks. I would like to once again thank our wonderful speakers and panelists today, Anne and Wanda. Thank you so much. That has been a very beautiful and insightful conversation. And I also like to thank the participant for listening in and also engaging with us today. And with that, I would like to yield over to Safira, the moderator of the day, and to inform us further as to how to go on. That's a wrap, everyone.
Thank you, Ayo. I think this was a very lovely session. Given that it was the first session, I think we've learned so much. Just checking the participants to see if Mr. Imran is still around. Was he saying that the future of space is in the hands of the youth? So seeing what you guys are working on, it's definitely encouraging. So thank you to the speakers of this session. I think we're going to take a 15-minute break since we're just on time. And then we shall be back at 11:45 GMT. So just 15 minutes, and please be back right on time.
Respective presenters. Now, James Benuda, your paper is coming to discuss democratizing environmental qualification, making environmental qualification through democratic approaches. Please, you are allowed to take stage. Go on and present. Make sure to remain within 15 minutes, please.
Thank you so
James?
much, Alexander. Thank you. Do you hear me?
Thank you. I'm hearing you, sir.
Good. It's really feels good to be back here among so many familiar faces and many more new faces. Thank you so much for the organizer. Again, thank you, Dr. Etim, for this opportunity. So as you said, Alexander, I'm here to talk about democratizing environmental qualification for African CubeSat readiness. I am the Chief Commercial Officer for Al-Qamar Space and representing an entity called Cube Testing. So Al-Qamar Space is some background. It's a Moroccan upstream startup currently developing Africa's first electric propulsion system. So we are specialized in electric propulsion. We do also all sorts of consultancy related to propulsion and other space matters. Cube Testing, though, is a subsidiary of Al-Qamar Space. You might wonder why Cube is spelled with a Q and not a C. It's for two reasons. That's the Q of Al-Qamar, but also it's an acronym for qualification units for basic environmental testing. And as I said, it's a subsidiary of Al-Qamar Space. So when we talk about African access to space, one should mention the Africa satellite momentum. We've seen that over the last decades, we had 17 African nations launching over 60 satellites. This happened over decades, but then just in the next 5 years, the forecast for 2030 is the launch of 72 more satellites across 20 countries. So from aspiration to orbit, things are happening fast and quick. And obviously we can even do more. But then when it comes to testing and qualification, we see that most launches still rely on foreign and overseas facilities. So, I mean, the CubeSat standard dominates first missions because it's due, to cost, obviously, but also access to international ride shares. And that's what we are doing in Africa. We are still relying on ride share. But when it comes to testing and qualification, we see that that's actually a bottleneck. That's the hidden bottleneck for Africa's satellite industry, and especially the CubeSat industry. So if we look at testing equipment like the thermal vacuum testing, we tend to ship the hardware after building it and developing it in Africa. We will ship it abroad, mainly to EU or US labs, and even labs in Asia, in Russia, and this costs additional dollars, and also can cost also more delays, months in delays. The same thing for bake-out processing. When it comes to rough vacuum ovens, for example, for initial outgassing removal and decontamination and removal of moisture, then the same applies. It's the same overseas requirements. More queue time and missed ride share manifests. The vibration testing, that's something we see we have more access to, but still, if it's done abroad, there is a pay-per test cost, that increases not only the cost but the mission risk, and available qualifications mean just declined missions. If we look at the African space agencies capacity building vision, there are four strategic pillars for AFSA. The first one is indigenous upstream infrastructure. And that, of course, should include the testing and qualification infrastructure. The second one is workforce development and skills mobility, local workforce development. The third pillar is public-private partnership that keep value chains in the continent and should keep the value chain in the continent. And the last one is affordability and accessibility for all member states. And we at Al-Qamar Space, and also specifically at Cube Testing, we see that we do reply for the first three pillars, while also respecting the fourth one and trying to stay affordable according to the African standards. So looking at the products that we have developed, we developed in-house in Morocco, in Africa, 2 products. We are currently developing the third one, which is Shaker, but our flagship products now are a TVAC, a thermal vacuum chamber, and also a rough vacuum oven. So this thermal vacuum chamber, it fits inside an industrial chiller. They are already common in research parks and easily acquirable by all incubators or university teams and so on. So you don't need to have the chilling capabilities in the chamber. The chamber is small and can fit inside any industrial grade chiller. It is also quite portable, can be operated by a single operator. The dimensions are 50 centimeters by 40 by 40, and it weighs less than 15 kilograms. All this packs actually quite a lot of power. It allows for thermal cycles between -40 degrees Celsius and +80, but also going into between rough vacuum and medium vacuum under 5 minutes. This actually meets the minimum requirements of both the American GE VS or the European ECSS. So it has also autonomous control. You can control it with a laptop, plus can also accommodate several controller options. And this depends on the need of the customer and also the budget. So we can be quite flexible there to keep it also on the affordable side. The main design feature that actually allowed us to keep costs under control is the fact that the chassis is modular. So it can accommodate 1U satellites and up to 3U CubeSats. Obviously, you can test and qualify independent systems, but the whole CubeSat system up to 3U. Again, the chassis is also used for the bake-out oven. So the same chassis can be converted from the TVAC to the rough vacuum oven just by simply removing the chiller loop. And that is how we can have 2 birds with 1 stone. So how do we see going from product to an infrastructure model, acquiring or getting one cube bench from us? You can create what we call a local node. So a university or an incubator can acquire 1 cube bench for testing, and then acquire initial testing capabilities, and that's the first layer. The second layer is creating a regional hub. So if we have 3 to 5 nodes, they can be networked together, and the African Space Agency can certifies standardized test workflow. And this can take us to the third level, which is inter-African exchange. So if we have many regional hubs, then the data and procedures can be shared on an AFSA portal for continental collaboration. So this would allow us to have in-house African launch-ready passport. So by creating in the future standardized reports recognized by share ride brokers, we can finally test locally and fly anywhere. Having a look here at the economic and human capital payoff, these are just some simple numbers, and we will gladly share the full paper with you later. So we see that we base it on our own manufacturing capabilities. So right now, we have just launched the products, and in year one, in 2025, we have an in-house manufacturing capability of 10 units per year that we will be scaling up to 80 units by year 5, which means that we can deploy on the African continent up to 215 units. That's the cumulative number over the next 5 years. What does this mean? It means that we would have a network of low-cost, good quality TVACs and vacuum ovens across universities, incubators, startups, and agencies in the African continent. This also affects the engineering skills. So with 215 units, we will be having over 400 qualified operators over the next 5 years, because every bench would require can train two technicians, which actually give us, sustainable knowledge base. Another thing that's really important is, and we will explain this also in the paper, so you will have an idea. The capital should be kept in Africa. So every local TVAC, it saves up to $50,000 per CubeSat campaign, and that's including shipping, lab fees, travel, and so on, without even mentioning visa requirements for African citizens. This cumulative over 5 years would save up to $12 million of foreign test fees. They will be avoided completely. Then there is this return on investment of every single bench. So every mission will pay back up to 14 times return over 5 years. That's why we go up to $12 million saved in fees of foreign operations. This, as we can
James,
see,
you have half a minute to
all right.
reach your paper.
So this is a rapid break even. We see surplus in funds can be reinvested in new missions. So each deployed bench can become a training asset that can be embedded into STEM curricula nationwide. I will go over this one, or maybe if I can have a minute, probably.
Maybe just to interrupt, this session is 90 minutes. I think you can have more time and finish your presentation.
Fantastic. I only have 2 slides left. So we deliberately designed the benches so they can be funded by private capital, not endless grants, with quite a comfortable gross margin. So each sale finances the next production batch so that the network can grow organically on the continent. But then, hardware alone is not enough. Confidence comes from governance. That is why we propose simple MOUs with AFSA and with the national space agencies locally to handle 2 things. So the first one is accreditation of each local bench once it's installed. And then the second one is a standardized test report template that can have any launch broker recognize. So this gives universities, startups, labs, incubators, and even some agencies the same technical credibility as, let's say, a European test house. And then about the operational practicality. And that's as you see there, the third bullet with the Fab Lab. On the practical side, every bench runs on a normal 220 volt socket, and it's one phase, no need for 3 phase, no need for liquid nitrogen lines, no need for no exotic gases. So if the Fab Lab already has compressed air, that's good, that's great. If it doesn't, it will still work. So basically the threshold for entrance is just having a bench and 2 trained technicians. That's what you need. So the model, as we can see, is self-financing. It should be institutionally anchored. That's what we are looking for, and looking for partners as well. And it's technically light-footed, small enough for a classroom, yet precise enough to actually satisfy SpaceX or Rocket Lab needs when it comes to qualifications. So we invite you by this. This is an extended invitation to every one and each of you to come and join us. Please feel free to reach me. We believe that qualification shouldn't be the privilege of geography. We invite AFSA, the national agencies, startups, universities, and even private investors to co-pilot the first regional TVAC network, to sponsor students, fellowships on test engineering, and also to adopt open report templates for faster lunch integration. Thank you so much.
Good. Thank you so much to James for that wonderful and a very informative presentation. We just stay around, don't go away. I want us to go like this. We want, because there are just three presentations. After all presentations, then we open the session for question and answers to each and every one of you, and pertinent discussions. So for now, you can relax as we go to the next presentation, but we are happy, we appreciate your presentation has a lot of information, which we are going now to ask you again for more elaboration in the question and answer session. Now, our next presenter is Mahin Prabhu. Is coming to present a very beautiful paper on accelerating innovation and sustainability, sustainable growth, with focus on space, focus on African outer space entrepreneurship. So, Mahin, it is your time. Remember, you have got 15 minutes. Relax, speak slowly, don't panic, but keep time.
Thanks. Thanks so much, Alexander. And thanks once again to Etim and Safira for organizing this platform and allowing me to come and speak. So yeah, given that the theme of this year's colloquium is transforming the African space industry through investments and innovation, I think it's fitting to talk about some of these successful programs that have actually helped startups grow across the continent. And one such program that Imran alluded to earlier on in his keynote was the Africa Earth Observation Challenge. So today I'd just like to present to you some bit of background on the Africa EO Challenge, what it is, how it's developed over the years, and perhaps even get some people in the chat who are interested in participating this year to perhaps submit for this year's competition. So yeah, so basically just one slide that gives you a high-level overview on what the Africa Earth Observation Challenge is. So what is the AEOC? It's an annually run open innovation competition where we invite startups from across the continent who have developed innovative solutions using Earth observation data. And essentially, we put them through a kind of business development IP training program in preparation for a final pitch event where they get to pitch their solutions to a panel of judges. They then stand a chance to win a series of prizes. In terms of the focus areas of the challenge, we look at some of the hot button topics across Africa, mainly around agriculture, urban and rural planning. Climate change is one that features throughout the years, environmental monitoring, disaster risk mitigation, and health services. So I will touch on these thematic areas in later slides. The competition is actually open to startups at the TRL level 7 to 9 with a business readiness level of 1 to 3. The startup must clearly demonstrate the application of space data in their business models, and the startup should be based in Africa. In terms of the benefits for startups, we offer a range of prizes to the winning startups, data packages, IP support, and so forth. And yeah, there are a range of benefits also for partnering on the challenge, which I will highlight a bit later as well, and also present to you the range of partners that we've had on board over the years. And then in terms of growth and impact, the AEOC, which has now been in existence for about 10 years, in fact, this year is the 10th year anniversary of it, has significantly impacted the growth of the entrepreneurial ecosystem across Africa. And there are some key impact metrics that I can also share with you in this presentation. So that's just to give you a high-level overview of what the AEOC is. I'll dive into each aspect now. So just in terms of the overall objectives, as I mentioned, the competition aims to identify high potential startups operating across the continent. So we would like to then identify these startups and build that pipeline. Also looking at equipping them with the skills necessary to scale their businesses. So as I mentioned, we offer them a business development training program, which is run over an intensive 1-week period. Also give them this pitch preparation training that they then receive before the final pitching event. And the intention is to then, of course, help them grow and scale. And the finalists who make it through the challenge then get access to a 3 to 4 month business incubation program, where they'll also have access to particular investors who are interested in investing in the space sector in Africa. So in terms of the heritage of the challenge, the AEOC has been around now for 10 years. It initially started off back in 2015. It was mainly a South African initiative. And over the years, the challenge has sort of grown steadily. In fact, in 2020, the pandemic hit, which kind of created a few challenges, but also created an opportunity for us to have the challenge virtually and then also invite other countries to participate. So in 2020, we had the first regional launch of the challenge, where we saw a significant increase in submissions received. And then the year after that, we expanded the challenge to a continental challenge. In fact, there we received almost double the number of submissions, as you would expect. In 2022, one of the milestones we hit is we hosted the final pitching event outside of South Africa for the first time. It was hosted in Nairobi, in Kenya. And we received a record high 80 submissions that year. And then the following year, we brought it back to South Africa. And then, of course, last year, we had the final pitching event again in Nairobi. It's worth mentioning that we will be hosting the pitching event again this year at the Kenya Innovation Week in Nairobi, but more on that a bit later. So just in terms of, I think, the objectives, more broadly speaking, I know I mentioned the key objectives were to identify the high potential startups, equip them with the necessary skills to grow their businesses, and then provide them with mentorship and training to then further scale out and commercialize their solutions. But more broadly, what we aim to achieve is essentially build a sustainable space ecosystem. And a lot of the work we do at REES, which is the organization that I'm part of, same as Imran, who was speaking earlier this morning in the keynote. A lot of the work that we do is trying to build these kind of innovation ecosystems. And the AEOC actually fits in very well with some of the key goals that one would look at when building innovation ecosystems, particularly around building human capital, providing access to finance, in this case for startups, building a culture supportive of innovation, promoting innovation, promoting equitable and inclusive participation. So the Africa Earth Observation Challenge is really a Pan-African initiative. We try to get countries that may not necessarily have much representation in the African space sector to become involved in terms of participating in the challenge. And notably, we've seen a lot of participation in countries that you would not necessarily see a lot of space activity from, but it's interesting to see that there are startups operating using space data in their solutions. And yeah, essentially just providing them with the networking assets, the pathways to scale, and bringing partners together to collaborate on a common goal, which is to help build the startup ecosystem across Africa. Then in terms of the thematic areas, so I briefly touched on this, we look at essentially 6 thematic areas. So this year we're looking at climate change, food security, agriculture, urban and rural planning, disaster risk management, health services, and natural resource management. Mainly trying to ask the question of how space data can be used innovatively across these thematic focused areas. So for natural resource management, we're looking at capital accounting, natural capital accounting. For health services, we're looking at how can space be leveraged to provide greater accessibility of healthcare, especially to people in rural and underserved areas. For disaster risk mitigation, we're looking at how space data can be used for multi-hazard early warning systems, things around that angle. On urban and rural planning, we're looking at really how space data can be used for things like monitoring infrastructure, things like smart city development, Then, of course, for food security and agriculture, which has been one of the biggest areas that we've received submissions from, obviously noting that food security is a major issue across Africa. We're looking at how space data can be utilized to improve efficiency in agricultural productivity, things around precision agriculture, which is something that we've seen a lot of in the past few years. And then, of course, climate change, looking at how space data can be used to manage climate adaptation initiatives and things of that sort. In terms of the key technologies and tools, we're looking at optical data, of course, from Earth observation data, synthetic aperture radar imagery, a lot of new innovations coming out of that. It's particularly interesting because it offers all-weather, all-time monitoring, solutions that are utilizing satellite navigation data as well. One of the previous winners of the AEOC had actually a very strong solution around SatNav data, which I can also touch on a bit later. Internet of Things is also featured, artificial intelligence, which is also becoming a growing area of interest as well. So this year, we're also looking at expanding the scope to also include innovative data collection techniques. So startups that have developed solutions around innovative data collection techniques, as well as upstream technologies. So building new onboard processing units, innovative in-situ measurement techniques are also being considered in terms of this year's submission. Then in terms of the winning startups, we've seen a lot of winners from across all four corners of the continent effectively. A lot of the winners have come from Kenya, and a lot of them focused on the area of agriculture, agricultural efficiency, assisting smallholder farmers by building enterprise solutions to assist them in improving crop yields and accessing insurance. So that's something that is featured a lot. Some other interesting startups, as I mentioned, one of the winners in 2023, which was Snoocode from Ghana, is effectively using SatNav data to generate addresses for people who don't have formal addresses. And this is allowing them the ability to access location-based services, so like emergency services, delivery services, which they otherwise would not be able to. And then, of course, one of the interesting startups that came out of South Africa was Kombuta, who are also developing innovative onboard processing systems for satellites that are making data processing more efficient. So yeah, a wide range of startups operating across different industries, but very much focused on the thematic areas that we've outlined earlier. And then, of course, the AEOC leverages a lot of its partner network, which has grown steadily over the years. And in fact, last year we had, I think, a significant number of partners from across the continent and even outside of the continent, all, of course, interested in building the African innovation ecosystem, the space innovation ecosystem. And in terms of, the partner makeup, we're looking at space agencies from the different countries. We're looking at private sector partners, some of the big data providers. You'll see Airbus there that featured last year, and this year has also shown keen interest in participating. We're very, very appreciative of the partner support. They've helped us in terms of promoting the AEOC and also in terms of technical support, looking at the evaluation of submissions and just assisting with regards to in-kind support by giving access to data platforms and so forth. So then just in terms of the benefits to the partners, of course, the AEOC being a Pan-African challenge really gives exposure to the partners on the entire African space community. This is, of course, also beneficial to the entrepreneurs who are participating in the challenge to get access to the partner network. The finalist submission details are then also shared with the partners. This allows them to gather insights on the emerging entrepreneurial landscape. And then that can also inform them on having more meaningful engagements with these startups that are coming through to help them develop their solutions and use their platforms. In terms of strategic relationships, the AEOC helps develop key industry partnerships between academia, industry, and as well as government. Of course, we host a whole range of workshops, masterclasses, and webinars, which give some of the partners exposure to essentially promoting their tools and the services that they offer. and also driving up potential user engagement onto their platforms. So that's a potential benefit to partners participating. Then just in terms of contributing to ecosystem building, I mentioned that the AEOC forms part of a broader objective of building the space ecosystem across Africa. So beyond those strategic ties, it also fosters networks that strengthen innovation ecosystems across the continent. And then, of course, for space agencies, which we do have a lot of partnerships with for the challenge, it allows them to then fulfill their mandates of having to grow the space sector within their respective nations. In terms of the startups that are participating, I mentioned there are a range of prizes on offer for them. These include data packages. So some of the data providers who we have as partners are generously giving out access to data, access to their platforms through technology subscriptions. So I know ASLI is giving access to their ArcGIS platform. Of course, there's a chance to win financial support in the form of a cash prize. I think historically we've given out up to $10,000 worth of cash prizes to the winning 3 startups. In terms of incubation and mentorship, there is that post-program investor readiness program that we run with the top 5 startups that make it through the program. But then also, in addition to that, there is a whole bunch of opportunities during the actual AEOC during the year for startups to then engage with partners and get mentorship and technical assistance from them. One of the things we're doing this year to try and increase the value to the participants is develop an alumni network, which we're in the process of refining. Effectively, this will form a network of the previous winners and finalists and just allowing them access to new opportunities that can then further help them to scale their business and finding ways to connect the startups so that they can perhaps even collaborate on certain initiatives and have access to new opportunities like knowledge transfer programs, so forth and so on. Then, of course, there's media publicity. We have a range of media partners over the years that has grown. So just getting access to being able to give your startup exposure. I think being part of the AEOC allows for participants to get that exposure. And in terms of technical support, we do have space agencies, like I mentioned, incubators and accelerators who are partners who are willing to provide that as well. And traditionally, we've also had an IP firm that provided IP support to the startups to help them with their IP strategy as well. So just in terms of the actual phases of the challenge, we run the challenge over a year, over 6 phases. Essentially, the first phase involves just designing the program for the year, which we have completed recently. And as I mentioned, this year being the 10th edition of the AEOC, we wanted to redesign the entire branding as well as the vision for AEOC to align with 2025 and beyond. And so we've put together a kind of long-term strategy for the challenge moving forward. As I mentioned, that alumni network is part of that strategy to help foster the relationships with the finalists and the startups that come through the program. And we also have engaged with new partners, trying to secure funding and secure the prizes for this year. Effectively, we are now in phase 2, which is essentially just activating the challenge, finalizing the partnerships for this year, looking at activation events, which I'll share in the next slide, where we can basically spread the word and get more people interested in the challenge, to participate in the challenge, but then also partner on the challenge. And I think having this platform here at the Colloquium gives us a good opportunity to also then spread the word. We're looking at hosting a series of regional innovation sprints, and then also doing a targeted marketing campaign, getting our partners to also share the challenge on their networks to expand the reach of the challenge. What we're looking at is launching the challenge towards the end of June, early July, and we'll accept applications throughout July and August. During that time, we'll also have a few webinars, virtual events where we'll try to basically promote the AEOC, do some submission clinics to help participants get through the application process if they face any challenges, and then also run a few showcase events at events like G20 Startup and what's called the South African Innovation Summit, which is also happening, I think, close to September. And then, of course, we have planning for the final pitching event, which is a big event that we planned this year in Nairobi, at the Kenya Innovation Week. During this time, we'll also look at organizing the training and mentorship for the finalists, trying to get judges involved in judging for the final pitching event, and yeah, just coordinating the logistics around that. Of course, then phase 5 will look at actually hosting that final pitching event. We're looking at doing a cafe-style pitch competition, and then obviously having the awards ceremony there. And then after we host that pitching event, we'll do a post-evaluation of the program this year, develop an MAR framework, and look at taking some lessons learned into next year's program. So then just in terms of key dates, I think I went over this in the phases, but just to highlight the key dates, I mentioned we'll be looking to launch the challenge. So the date that we've provisionally put forward is the 26th of June, but more details on that will be shared closer to the date. Essentially, this year we're planning to do a launch and 10-year celebration, obviously to commemorate the 10-year anniversary of the AEOC. Then we'll have another in-person launch event, which will be taking place in Nairobi on the 9th of July. Then during the submission phase, we will be accepting submissions. We'll also do a series of masterclasses. We'll get some of our partners to deliver some of those masterclasses and also do a series of interactive touch points with potential participants. Then we'll look to close the challenge towards the end of August, do the evaluations and shortlisting, and eventually look at announcing the finalists. We'll be selecting 9 finalists to go to the final pitching event. That announcement will be made during October. We plan to host what's called the Space Week. We've hosted the Kenya Space Week last year, and this year we'll be doing the same. And we'll be effectively running a series of events. One of them will also be around the AEOC and announcing the finalists who make it to the final pitching event, which, as I mentioned, takes place in the end of November at the Kenya Innovation Week. So then just in terms of the support dimensions for the AEOC, of course, the successful delivery of the AEOC requires a very strong collaborative effort between the delivery partners as well as in-kind partners and the participants as well, because of course, without the startups entering, we wouldn't have a challenge to begin with. But just in terms of the support, we require a lot of support with promotion. Of course, being a Pan-African initiative, it's difficult for one organization, i.e. REES, located in South Africa, to expand throughout Africa and essentially tap into the networks in the different African countries. So we rely very heavily on our partners across the continent to kind of promote the AEOC and spread the word. And this year, we've basically developed a very robust partner engagement strategy to get partners more involved in the kinds of events that we're hosting and the interactive touch points that we have planned. In fact, James, who did the presentation before, invited us to the Africa Middle East Space Conference earlier this year, where I had the opportunity to present about the Africa EO Challenge and also managed to interact with some of the startups there. So that was a great opportunity, and I think we try to leverage as much as possible the opportunities that we get from partners to spread the word of the challenge and drive up submissions. In terms of the funding aspect, we've estimated that it costs around $100,000 to actually run the challenge each year. And that's split across resourcing costs, which effectively go towards getting personnel to deliver on some of the operational aspects of the challenge, the workshop aspects and traveling to conduct the strategic sessions and workshop sessions with our strategic partners, around activation events and travel for those activation events, to promote the challenge in different countries and develop the kind of marketing collateral and promotional materials that we need for that. And then, of course, most importantly, or at least one of the more important aspects, is the prizes, which incentivizes the startups to enter the challenge. And that is around $35,000 on its own. In addition to that, we also rely very heavily on partners to provide technical support when it comes to evaluating submissions, in-kind support in the form of access to data and platforms, and so forth. And then, of course, direct support to the startups in terms of mentorship, and then also access to networks and partners. So we effectively ask for partners to assist us in one or more of these components. And we've managed to get a lot of support from our partners over the years, on these aspects, and we're very grateful for that, as that has led to the successful delivery on the last 9 editions of the AEOC. And we look forward to the 10th edition of the AEOC, celebrating a decade of empowering startups across Africa. So if you are interested in participating in this year's challenge, or you'd like to partner with us, there's some contact details of the team. There's also a QR code which you can scan to follow us on our LinkedIn page, where we will be posting updates very shortly about this year's competition and the timelines to apply. So yeah, that's essentially the Africa Earth Observation Challenge, and very grateful to have the opportunity to share that with you today, and look forward to hosting a successful program this year. Thanks, everyone.
Wow. Thank you so much for that wonderful and extra wonderful presentation. It has a lot of questions. We are going to get a lot of questions. I expect more than 15 questions from the delegates. Now, now we want you to relax, and we shall have questions collectively at the end of the next presentation. You know, you are again appearing in the next presentation, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, yes.
Yes, yes, yes. So if we put you on a question and answer platform now, you will be exhausted. So we just encourage you that you remain around, and we encourage the delegates also to have very constructive, sensitive, important, value-additive questions to Mahin. His presentation is really empirical. It's really imperative. So we would request that Mahin, you are in for the next presentation with your colleague. Is Likako, okay? So please, you are invited again to take the floor and go ahead with the next presentation. Time allowed is 15 minutes, please. Speak slowly, relax, and communicate effectively.
Okay, great. Thanks, Alexander. I'm just checking to see if Yanko is on the chat as well.
Yes, I'm here, man.
Oh, great.
Good. Mm-hmm.
So would you like to maybe take the first few slides and then I'll jump on?
Sure. Yeah, thank you so much, everyone, for being on the call today. I thank you for the opportunity as well, the team at ASLI, for giving us the opportunity to present essentially back to back to speak on what we're speaking on regarding how best to support entrepreneurs and looking at tech commercialization. I think what I'll be sharing on specifically, especially when in my section of the presentation, is I guess a build on what Mahin has just been speaking about, and that is to a large extent, prior to even having a challenge or ensuring that there's a challenge, there needs to be a creation of a pipeline, and you're creating a pipeline so the pipeline of startups and entrepreneurs that can not only take up the work and the opportunities in the space sector, but also to grow the economy, to grow the space sectors in requisite countries. May I please go to the next slide? What we did through the what we've called the entrepreneur support program is look at specifically Kenya. So a lot of the examples that we're going to give in this particular case are going to speak specifically to Kenya. This is something that we've designed to ensure that it's scalable, but we wanted to first have a pilot kind of place in which we set it up to ensure that we create a structured pathway for investments and scaling and the ecosystem impact. I'm sorry, I think my bandwidth is going up and down, so I'm going to turn off my camera while I present and then turn it on again after. Yeah, one of the things that we found working with Kenya was that Kenya was already one of the largest beneficiaries of investment. And this is the foreign direct investment, but this was channeled specifically to manufacturing, financial services, and in some cases ICT, all of which to a certain extent feed into and are part of the broader space ecosystem and the space sector, to ensure that this was something that the the entrepreneurs and startups could grow into. We also looked at how much of this funding was going to African tech startups, and we found out that to a certain extent, there's Kenya had already gotten the highest tech startup in 2022, and I think if I'm correct, 2023 and 2024 as well in terms of VC funding and funding into tech startups as well. This created an emergence of some new space private sectors players as well to ensure that we're looking at how best we can create a robust pipeline through other programs and through other methods in which you can grow an ecosystem and you can grow a space sector. Some of the top performers in AEOC, like Maine just shared, are also from Kenya. So for us, it only made sense to continue doing work and looking at this specifically from the Kenyan specific perspective and lens first. I saw a hand up. I don't know if you want to come in now or you come in later on.
Okay, I will just prefer you continue with your presentation.
Sure.
Then we shall have questions and answers at the end of your presentation collectively.
Sure, that's
I
perfectly
think there
fine.
was something, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So to a large extent, we realize that the sustainability of space ecosystems and space sectors, not only in Africa, but globally, is looked at sustaining economic growth and being targeted to support entrepreneurs and startups to ensuring that they're attacking national priority areas and meeting needs in Africa for African ecosystems and African problems, right? So what we did and what we tried to do in terms of trying to underscore the work that we do is understand the maturity of the ecosystem. Wayne, could you please go to the next slide? By understanding the maturity of the ecosystem, we're able to kind of make certain assertions regarding and certain recommendations regarding how best the ecosystem and the pipeline can be developed, because we're looking at different ecosystems at different levels that are taking into consideration different entrepreneur and startup needs. Now, from what we've done in our work and our research so far in Africa is we realize that even in a global context, ecosystems fall in one of 5 categories: a nascent ecosystem, a developing ecosystem, an emerging ecosystem, a fast emerging ecosystem, and a developed ecosystem. To a large extent, the level at which the maturity of the ecosystem can also to a certain extent reflect the level of entrepreneurship, startup, and private sector involvement in the space sector itself. And to grow the space sector, we need to also take into consideration the maturity of other nodes in the ecosystem to allow for that. Maine, if you could please go to the next slide. In Kenya, what we did working with in collaboration with the Kenyan Space Agency, supported by the United Kingdom International Development through the RISE Fund specifically, was do the ecosystem maturity assessment. And after doing that ecosystem maturity assessment, we're then able to develop a roadmap of interventions to catalyze the private sector and entrepreneurs pipeline to ensure that we're building a robust pipeline for the ecosystem. Some of the methods in which we use, Maine, if you go to the next slide, look at not only assessing the maturity of this ecosystem, but also understanding what the stakeholder landscape looks like. Because once we understand what the stakeholder landscape looks like, we're able to build interventions and build a startup ecosystem that can reach commercialization through programs like our entrepreneur support program that understand the need on the ground, that understand what's present on the ground and how best to catalyze what's on the ground. And then we go into implementation from that point on. What we've done in all the work that we've been doing in terms of enhancing some of the space sector in Kenya as well, and to attract potential investors, donor agencies, and Kenyan national government departments and innovation companies to increase their funding into the space sector in Kenya, is develop one of the things that we've called into entrepreneur support program that I'd like to hand over to Megheen to kind of go more into the detailed structure of which we have used for that.
All right, thanks, Janko. So yeah, as you mentioned, one of the key interventions that came out of the ecosystem roadmap was and that was also validated through some of the stakeholder engagements that we had in Kenya, was the need for a comprehensive entrepreneur support program for space startups, effectively supporting them throughout their entire life cycle from ideation to commercialization. So noting that although there were quite a few tech-focused programs in the country, none of them were specifically geared towards space tech startups. And the need for a program of this sort is also in alignment with the Kenya Space Agency's strategy, which looks at establishing a dedicated space innovation hub in the near future. And so a program of this nature would certainly help towards developing that startup pipeline that would then enable Kenya to be more globally competitive, and then also enable a greater inflow of investment into the country. And in turn, this innovation that comes from the initiative will then be used to support startups along the entire journey, like I mentioned. So essentially, the way we've looked at the entrepreneur support program is to divide it into two aspects. So an early stage incubation program, and then also a later stage accelerator investor readiness program. And what we really want to do in terms of the key objectives is to essentially integrate this initiative with the Africa Earth Observation Challenge, and then allow startups that are coming from Kenya to then be benchmarked with other startups outside of Kenya and across Africa. And then I think the overarching goal then is to use this ESP, Entrepreneur Support Program, as a case study that can then be used to develop lessons that can then be adapted to different programs across Africa, then essentially create a network of hubs that can effectively feed further into the AEOC, so have like a cyclical process. So as I mentioned, in terms of the proposed model for the Entrepreneur Support Program, we're looking to support startups across the entire journey from ideation to commercialization. And so the Entrepreneur Support Program basically comprises of two separate programs, but effectively they feed into each other, or the one feeds into the other, namely the Incubator Program. So the Incubator Program, we're looking at supporting early stage, basically software-focused startups, and basically trying to transform their ideas into viable business models, leading to the development of a MVP, or minimum viable product, allowing them to acquire initial customers and basically preparing them for seed funding. The startups that we're looking at are at technology readiness levels 8 to 9, so more developed technologies, but maybe not that much developed in terms of business readiness. And I think that's one of the things we've seen in the AEOC is that even though there's a lot of founders with technical expertise and well-developed solutions, they may lack that business readiness and some of the key aspects around developing their business, namely the business model canvas, things like value proposition, and that's really why they're unable to attract investment in certain instances. So this program will basically focus around those business elements, and essentially it will run over 9 months for the full incubation cycle. In terms of the Accelerator Investor Readiness Program, so we're trying to use the incubator to actually feed startups that graduate from there into the Accelerator Program. And this is more geared towards startups in that growth phase. Essentially, the goal is to help them scale and attract a greater customer base, strengthening their investor readiness and making them more effective in terms of communicating that value proposition to attract investment from investors. So the focus here is, again, on developed technologies, but business readiness levels that are slightly higher, and also startups that have developed MVPs and have a potential customer base. The duration we're looking at here is more of an intensive 3 to 6 month period with possible ongoing support after graduation. So then just looking at the incubation program and the process that we've essentially developed, this is also subject to refinements based on conversations we have with stakeholders. But essentially the preliminary process that we're looking at is having 2 separate cohorts within the incubation program, one focused on seed stage, so more earlier stage companies that have developed essentially more proof of concept prototype level, and then the more early stage businesses that are further up in the TRL levels, but also the business readiness level. And essentially, we'll try to identify these startups through an open call for applications. As I mentioned, we also have the AEOC as a potential pipeline to draw startups into these types of programs. And then also the partner network that we have from the AOC and other initiatives that we conduct, we can leverage on them to essentially get a pipeline of startups to enter this program. Once we've identified the startups, they'll undergo a screening and selection process. So we'll shortlist the startups that have the highest potential in terms of proof of concepts, in terms of MVPs, and businesses' potential to scale. Essentially, then we'll undergo a verification process where we'll do a diagnostic assessment, identifying what the needs of each of those startups within the cohorts are. By the way, we're looking at cohorts of between 5 to 6 startups for each of these 2 cohorts. And then through that verification process, that will effectively inform the kinds of support that will be required for each of the cohorts. And then each of the cohorts will have somewhat different focus areas, but then of course, there'll be some shared services across both the programs. So for the seed stage program, the goal effectively is to gear these seed stage businesses that are at pre-revenue stage and proof of concept stage to assist them with development of an MVP and get their products or services market tested ready. And then, of course, the core curriculum is going to look at aspects of business model validation, value proposition development, customer discovery, things around design thinking, rapid prototyping, and assessing market potential. In terms of the early stage program, which is for the more developed, slightly more mature startups, we're looking at business readiness levels 2 to 4 that have already developed their MVP and are reaching that first round of financing. So here the focus will be more on assisting the businesses with product market fit and developing or acquiring an initial customer base. And then the core curriculum will then be geared towards that, obtaining product market fit, doing things around optimizing operations, financial modeling, things of that sort around market strategies and so forth. In terms of the exit criteria, what we look to have at the end of the program is to have startups that can clearly identify their unique selling point and their competitive advantage. Startups should be able to have developed a refined business model and be able to get customer feedback on that, and then have revenue forecasts and demonstrate that product market fit, which is very important as well. And then, of course, for the seed stage program, which is for much less mature startups, is essentially just to present a compelling value proposition, again, develop that business model canvas or start thinking around that, and then develop a market assessment and competitor analysis. And kind of what we want to achieve as well is to have these startups that graduate through this program actually enter that accelerator investor readiness program, which I'll touch on in the next few slides. But then also perhaps enter the AEOC in the next iteration, in case the startups that we identify didn't make it to the final round of the AEOC, they can then stand a better chance of winning the challenge in the next iteration. So effectively, we're trying to create a feedback loop in that sense. So just looking at the success metrics, it's worth noting that in developing this framework, we've worked very closely with them.
Yeah, Mayan, you have 5 minutes, please. Strictly 5 minutes. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Alexander. I'll try to go through this fairly quickly. So yeah, just in terms of the success metrics, we've developed this, or essentially co-designed this with an incubator on the ground. So it's been informed by an incubator that has quite a bit of experience in the tech space. And some of the success metrics that we look to achieve through this program is to effectively support at least 10 startups to develop their minimum viable products and identify potential customers by the end of the program. 80% of startups should achieve the product market fit and have customer feedback sessions. 70% of the startups we're looking at hopefully getting their first paying customer by the end of the pilot program. And then, of course, hosting networking events and investor sessions for the startups that come through the program as well. And then looking at the impact and success, trying to develop an MEL framework to monitor progress of startups and ensure that at least 5 startups secure pilot customers, which aligns with the market entry metric. And then noting that these are some of the success metrics, I think it's important to also understand that the the overarching objective is to build a competitive space startup ecosystem in Kenya, to strengthen partnerships, essentially promote knowledge sharing, and effectively then contribute to long-term national development priorities. So very similar with the Accelerator Investor Readiness Program, we have two cohorts where we look at early growth stage businesses, which are a bit higher up in business readiness to the startups entering the incubator. And then we have growth stage businesses, which are also slightly more mature than the early growth stage businesses entering here. Very similar identification, screening process, and diagnostic assessment. And then the curriculum will differ slightly across the two cohorts, noting the different needs of the startups entering. But of course, there will be an overlap in terms of shared services, things like access to infrastructure, GIS subscriptions, data packages, access to financial resources, mentorship, which I think is important around the aspects of the regulatory aspects and legal aspects of the space sector that some startups might not necessarily be well acquainted with. And then, of course, access to market and networking events, which is common across the cohorts. Again, there'll be a review stage to assess how the startups have performed throughout these programs, and then some of the exit criteria that we look at assessing the startups with. The goal then is to have these startups exiting the Accelerator Investor Readiness Program to be able to compete globally at global incubator programs, and also be able to then access the investment opportunities that come in into the country. And then again, perhaps also feed into the pipeline of the AEOC as well. So just some of the key goals for the Accelerator Investor Readiness Program. Again, looking at the overarching objective, which is to essentially meet the national development priorities of the country through these types of programs. So I won't go through them. Maybe just talk about some of the key stakeholders. Of course, to run programs of this nature, you will require engagement with numerous stakeholders across the ecosystem. It takes a collaborative effort. Of course, startups are at the center of this ecosystem, as they are in the Africa Earth Observation Challenge as well. But some of the key stakeholders we're looking at: funders and investors, the strategic technology partners, regulatory partners that I guess will be very important in terms of helping them navigate the regulatory landscape of the space sector. Market access and commercialization partners. Important to note that we try as much as possible to leverage on the networks that we have developed through the AEOC to get some of the big commercial players involved in helping these startups scale as well, providing them access to their platforms and so forth. And then, of course, the mentorship that accelerator programs can provide. I think one of the things we're looking at is potentially partnering with a global accelerator to kind of implement the Investor Readiness Accelerator program in Kenya, so that startups can get access to best practices, international best practices in that regard. So in terms of the implementation roadmap, last year during phase 2 of the roadmap project with the Kenya Space Ecosystem, we actually co-designed that curriculum and budget with local incubator. And so that essentially highlights the high-level plan for implementation, the costing, the various risks that might arise, things of that sort. And now we're effectively trying to secure funding to run the pilot entrepreneur support program, which we hope to launch in 2026. Once we effectively deliver that pilot program, we'll gather lessons learned, evaluate the key refinements that are required to the program, and implement a second edition. And then once we have that second edition, we can look at using those best practices to inform the development of the Kenya Space Innovation Hub, which is that essentially the short to medium term goal that Kenya Space Agency has highlighted, their desire to effectively build this dedicated space innovation hub facility. Then looking at the broader goals, this is the final slide. So essentially, like I mentioned, the establishment of the innovation hub in Kenya that will be managed by the Kenya Space Agency, but will also leverage the frameworks that were developed here in this entrepreneur support program. And then like I mentioned throughout this presentation, we're trying to really integrate the AEOC to create that sustainable pipeline, ensure that there's a channel of high potential startups that enter these programs and exit them as well. And then hopefully what we can do is, through this case study in Kenya, create a replicatable model for other African ecosystems. So develop those best practices, document them, and then share them with other African countries to follow, and develop their own kind of space innovation hubs. So create a network of innovation hubs across the continent, facilitate that knowledge sharing and regional collaboration. And then I guess the overarching goal is to then create this pan-African space startup ecosystem. So to have hubs across the continent, obviously sharing resources, sharing mentorship, investment opportunities, and really growing the pan-African space economy in that regard. And I think, yeah, that's essentially also our objective at REES, is essentially figuring out ways to enable innovation and grow the future of the African space sector. And yeah, this is just some information about REES, who is also the main delivery partner for this year's Africa Earth Observation Challenge, in conjunction with other partners across the continent. And yeah, that's essentially what I'd like to present to you about entrepreneur support programs. Thank you very much.
Wow. Now, this is very beautiful. Mahin and Yanko, I just like the quality of intellect in your two respective presentations. So we need you around. We are going into the session for question and answers. I know there are a lot of questions, and I encourage the team members, the delegates in the room, to ask questions for the purpose of knowledge diffusion. We have had our three honored presenters, James Benuda, Mahin, and Yanko Likaku. So please, we are opening the session for questions and answers. And remember, we have a lot of questions. Now, when you are given a chance to ask the question, just go direct to the question and ask. We also expect the members in the House, the delegates, to participate in sharing the answers. You can give an answer, you can give a question, you are all allowed, and a comment. So for you to give you an opportunity to ask the question, you carry up your hand. And then if you are not comfortable with carrying up the hand, you type in the chat box. Then I will give you your time to ask. So let us start like this. Gender and sensitivity. We shall begin with Carla Michelle. Then after Carla Michelle, straight we go to Dr. Etim as the second person to ask the question. Now, Carla, you are allowed to ask your question. You can ask to any presenter, either to Benuda, to Yanko, or to Mahin. Please, Carla.
Thank you. Thank you for the lovely presentations. I had a comment more than a question to Mahin. That was a great presentation. Thank you very much. So, you know, I work for the South African Radio Astronomy Observatory, and we have sites in 8 countries across Africa where we intend or have put in radio astronomy infrastructure. But we're intending to implement computer infrastructure and co-locating other science instruments, and a pilot in Ghana which co-located a satellite receiving ground station. And we're hoping to partner to develop these into innovation hubs somehow. You know, that's not our core business, but because there is compute and security and scientific infrastructure there, that these might be great hubs for future growth. So that is something that I would love to discuss further. And then just one comment I wanted to make on my research, which I think, you know, all the steps you outlined there are excellent towards the development. But I think a structured goal at the end is really important, a structured goal for these innovation hubs as to what challenges they're trying to solve, or what the national goals are that these hubs are trying to address. Because sometimes there's this drive behind technology for the sake of technology, whereas technology is actually a tool. It's not the end in itself. And sometimes I notice when working with African governments, there can be this focus on technology and acquiring technology, but no real goal as to where to put that technology or what to use it for. So I apologize, it's not a question, but I just wanted to share those thoughts with you. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much, Carla. Definitely we can chat outside of this. But yeah, I agree with you. I think it's important to have strong policies in place to understand, how best we can use the technology to drive those end goals. So yeah, it's definitely something we need to think of with the innovation hubs as well, around that overarching goal. Always keep the North Star in view here.
I'm sorry, I was
Very
just to add
good.
to what,
Hmm.
sorry,
Okay,
just to add to what Main
Lukaku.
said.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to add to what Main said, Carla. I think also part of
Yes,
the
yes.
design when we were doing the entrepreneur support program was to ensure that the local innovation hub that we're working with was also very clear about what national priority areas they work on. Because we don't want they also did not want to develop technology for the sake of just having a cohort that just does whatever sort of development. So we definitely, I agree with Mahina and yourself in that one of the things that we tried to ground that design on was ensuring that it will have a steady pipeline that will meet actual needs on the ground. So yeah, I agree with that comment, Carla. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Lukaku. That was beautiful. Thank you for coming up with such an effective input. Now let's give a chance to Dr. Etim to ask a question and make a comment. Dr. Etim, it's your time.
Thanks, Alex, and thanks, James, Mahin, Yanko, Carla, and it's been an excellent discussion so far. I just want to put out some thoughts, maybe in form of questions, and of course the speakers can respond, and of course other participants who can also respond. So I was going through, I listened intensively to each of the presentations, very excellent. First to James, I know you wear two hats. You focused on the Alkama, if I hope I pronounced that well, but I know you're also one of the brain behind MISI, the Moroccan initiative for space industry. I don't know if you could just say some things about MISI. Perhaps there may be some lessons from that initiative, trying to develop the Moroccan space industry or space ecosystem, which other countries or other colleagues here could learn from. And while you do that, I also invite Carla to also respond, to also say some things too. Carla was involved, if I'm not mistaken, in developing the South Africa Space Association, which many people don't know about, was actually there even before SANSA came on board. So maybe Carla can also say some things about that. Then from Mahin's presentation, which focused, the first one focused on the African Earth Observation Challenge. And what I'm just thinking is how, because I know competitions are very good, they facilitate innovation. I'm just wondering how we can extend that competition or extend that initiative or the concept to other areas beyond Earth observation. So areas like satellite communication, navigation and positioning, or even CubeSat development. I don't know what you think, how we can develop those sectors too through competition. And then I also want to ask, specifically with those who have participated in the Africa Earth Observation Challenge, if you could give us a sense of how the ideas that have been shared during the challenge, how they've translated into real startups or companies, not just those who won the competition, but from the beginning, people come to share ideas. How, I don't know whether you track them, but how do they translate into real startups or companies? And then from Yanko's presentation, I like this concept about the ecosystem maturity assessment. And I wanted to find out, do you plan to map the entire African continent to ecosystem? And if you plan to do that, what are the specific elements that you're measuring in order for you to kind of say, to determine the level of maturity of each of these countries or of the 55 member states? I know that I'm asking so many questions, but I'm just going to push them out there. If you could also give us a sense of some particular countries, which, of course, these are just countries of personal interest. So Algeria, Egypt, Kenya, Morocco, Nigeria, Rwanda, South Africa, because you gave, I think, about 5 different levels of maturity when it comes to the ecosystem. One other question I have is, what is the link between the business readiness level and technology readiness level? Is there a link between those two concepts? And then finally, if you could kind of compare the model you're developing for Kenya, this ecosystem model you're developing, with the South African Space Innovation Hub also, which is being developed. Let's compare and contrast those two models also. Sorry, that's quite a lot, but I just felt let me just put them out. So as much as could be responded to or discussed, it's fine within the time allowed. Thank you.
Oh,
You're muted, James. Okay.
yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Etim. Yes, indeed. I'm actually here under 2 hats. So there is the Al-Qamar hat, which is a startup. It's a for-profit company that we started a little over 1 year ago. But before all this, it was MISI. Shout out to my friends and colleagues who are with us here. We have other MISI members, actually 4 of the co-founders. We have Noufal, Nabil, and Al-Hassan with us here. So MISI started a little over 4 years ago when we wanted to to establish a space startup, and we realized that the ecosystem was not ready. And then we thought that we need to start with something else, a non-profit organization that will work to help establishing a healthy space ecosystem in the country. And then MISI, or the Moroccan Initiative for Space Industry, was born, focusing on education, on capacity building, having a Pan-African vision. And it is basically a collective of people, talents from Morocco, both from the diaspora and from the country, from different aspects of life. You have the space engineers, the rocket scientists, the entrepreneurs, the educators, and even people from outside the space realm. And the way MISI approached to tackle this question is focusing first on education. So most our programs are education related. So we have programs with universities. So we look for partners. We partner with universities where we do programs with university teams, or also programs at the high school level. We try to create as much synergy as possible with as many international partners as possible, both in the African continent and outside Africa. Glad to have here both Mahin and Dianco, whom I just met a couple of months ago in Rabat during the Africa Middle East Space Conference. Reese is one of the early partners that we worked with, not only on the Africa Earth observation challenge, but also they have been with us since the beginning. So when we organized, for example, with the SGAC, the 6th African workshop, Reese was one of the partners and guests with us on the ground. So yeah, we work, as I said, mainly on education, but also we try to do some advocacy, working on policy. One of the major programs that we did is the organization of the Africa Middle East Space Conference, which we did in February of this year in Rabat, Morocco, where we had over 100 speakers from all around the world, many space agencies. Actually, we had the heads of 5 space agencies, the Egyptian, the Italian. We had His Excellency Dr. Ouattara, the head of the African Space Agency. We had representatives from different companies from all around the world. We even had, representative of Space Force and so on. So the report of AMESC is out of the Africa Middle East Space Conference. It's a 70-page report. I will share with you the link in the chat. You can either download the PDF and check all the insights and all what have been discussed, and you can also on a laptop or on a computer use the interactive version on the website. So I'll leave both links here. So this is basically what we do at MISE, and Al-Qamar was just a natural development because one of the things that we kept saying from the beginning that everyone says here in Africa is that we talk a lot about low-hanging fruits, and mostly when we talk about CubeSats, CubeSats are the low-hanging fruit. University teams can gather up and build the CubeSat, but then it is indeed low-hanging fruits, but they are fruits growing on a foreign soil, maybe in the neighbor's garden. And that's why Al-Qamar Space is trying to work on the upstream side of it, and also on the environmental testing equipment to finally be the gardener, maybe, who will plant this tree in our own backyard, so we can have low-hanging fruits growing in our own soil. So yeah, this is it, and thank you so much again, Dr. Etim, for the opportunity, and glad to see you both, Mahin and Yanko. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that brilliant response. Now, because of time, we are left with less than 4 minutes. So let us observe serious level of time discipline. So this is how we are going to do it. Carla, she is going to be the next respondent. After Carla, then Yanko. After Yanko, then Mahin, responding to the questions which were posed by Dr. Etim. Kindly, Carla.
Thanks. Can you just clarify Etim's question? I heard the Space Association, but I couldn't hear clearly. Can you just remind me of what you want me to say?
Okay, so I can come in here. I was just trying to, since invariably this session has nicely moved towards developing ecosystems, maybe national or thematic ecosystem. So James spoke about what he's doing in Morocco with MISI. And I know you also were involved with the South African Space Association, which is, I think, it's an industry body many years ago, even before SANSA came up. So I just wanted you to talk about what SASA did and how you also kind of developed or steered up the ecosystem until the central government or the government now came in with SANSA, SACSA, and the other things.
Yes, sure. So at the time, we realized that there needed to be a platform where industry could partner with one another, speak openly, and work towards and push agendas and goals that helped industry grow within the space sector. And so we started the South African Space Association. And we interacted with a number of international associations. We had a monthly newsletter, and we had a conference once a year and an AGM meeting once a year where industry could get together and really discuss, if need be, with SANSA or the government officials or departments that were relevant about growing the industry and moving forward. It was supposed to be one voice for industry. I used to run it on my own, and unfortunately, we had a bit of a reduction in industry in South Africa in the space sector. We went through a few years that were very challenging. And I suppose SASA is still sitting there, but hasn't really done anything. I've been very busy with a number of projects. But now that we sit here, I think maybe it might be something that is worth replicating. Starting again, and perhaps replicating a version of it that is the African Space Industry Association, where industry members from across Africa can interact, talk about collaborations, look at challenges, try solve problems for one another, and so I think each country needs its own industry associations, and perhaps a larger regional association that can allow industry to interact, because Government has its own mandates, and they may or may not be aligned to industry challenges, and so this allows for a medium for them to communicate. I think, does that answer it, Etienne?
Very okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Etienne. Thank you, Carla, for that effective response. We still have a lot of questions to you, but because of time, we cannot do anything more than that, apart from saying thank you. Now, kindly, Yangu, you have half a minute. And then later on, we shall have Mahin with half a minute. Please give me a promise. You'll keep a half a minute. On
Yeah,
Yangu.
sure. Yeah, sure. I'll try to do half a minute. It's going to be a bit challenging, but especially because a team asked a lot of questions. So a team, I'm sure we're going to have to continue this conversation later.
Maybe just to clarify, because we are going
Yes.
for a break after this, so please make it a minute or two, and then we shall cut on the
Sure.
break time.
Okay.
Sure, that's fine.
Sure.
Yeah, so
Thank you.
Dr. Atim, I think to answer your initial question, which is, do we plan to map the entire ecosystem? We'd love to. We'd love to map the entirety of Africa, because what this will allow us to do is to actually have a data set where we can actually compare the maturity based off of the framework that we've been developing and using through some of the ideal goals that we use as a framework, which then links to the next elements that we use based off of the idea, innovation, ecosystem strengthening goals that we use. We look at building human capital, we look at access to finance, innovation culture, supportive markets and infrastructure, networking assets, policies and regulation, equitable and inclusional participation, pathways to scale, and collective approach. And we try to design that based on the ecosystem itself and kind of look at how best, what is important in the ecosystem and how best this can be scaled in that ecosystem. So yes, we'd love to, and we'd love to kind of get a full data set in Africa. Some of the preliminary desktop research that we've done has revealed that based on the framework that we have, to a certain extent, South Africa is a fast emerging economy. Nigeria is still considered kind of emerging. So is Egypt. Kenya is more on the developing side. So there's a spread, right? There's a spread of the maturity of some of the ecosystems in Africa. And then you also find some that are extremely nascent and some that are even pre-nascent, in that they've got a department in a ministry that's starting to look at space, but hasn't formalized or any traction at all. One of those, I think, specifically in Malawi, they're still trying to develop as well. Tanzania, they're part of a ministry, but they're also trying to develop as well. So that's some of the other areas where you can almost consider them pre-nascent, but they're making space into that. Also, in terms of one of the questions that you asked about TRL and BRL, is that there's a linkage in that to a certain extent. TRL looks specifically at technical readiness, and then BRL looks specifically at business readiness, right? So a company can be business ready, but not technically ready for scaling and accessing venture capitalist funding, or it can be the other way around, where the business itself is very technically ready, but as a business, it's not ready. So in 2 minutes, I think this is the best I can do, and let Mahin handle the last question regarding the comparison of the South African model and the model that we're creating, considering that there's some marked differences that Mahin can kind of go into in his 30 seconds.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Yanko. That was so gentle, and doing it in less than 2 minutes was excellent. It was superb. Your presentation had a lot of questions. Now, I think we have had your emails. Until we being together, people will read you and ask you more other questions. Now, let's give Mahin. You have 1 minute, please.
Thanks. I'll try to do my best. I know people are probably wanting to take a break, so I won't cut too much into that. Yeah, I think the two questions around, I think it was South Africa's development compared to other African countries. I think South Africa at the moment, I understand, developed the space infrastructure hub. So they don't actually have kind of like an innovation hub of sorts. But that infrastructure hub is basically focused a lot on building infrastructure capacity. And there isn't much in terms of the startup support. Most of that comes from funding programs. As Yanko was saying, around the TRL and BRLs, the technical readiness of a startup versus the business readiness. I think our focus on these initiatives were more on the business readiness level, based on the insights we've got from the AEOC in terms of startups coming through with very well developed technical solutions, but lacking that business understanding. In terms of Etim's question about expanding the scope, it's something that we have thought about. And in fact, in 2023, we actually did look at including the component around satellite navigation technologies. And I think Aisha from SatNav JPO is also on this chat. In fact, SatNav JPO came on board as a partner in 2023. And interestingly enough, the winner from 2023 was actually a startup that utilizes satellite navigation technology in their solution. So that was an interesting addition. And I think we're looking at potentially adding elements of satellite communication as well. I think initially, given the foundations of the AEOC in South Africa and the focus that South Africa had on Earth observation technologies, that's what kind of informed the Earth observation challenge to specifically focus on Earth observations. But it is something that we've had continuous discussions and will continue to discuss around, including other aspects of the space downstream specifically, but then also looking at upstream technologies. As I mentioned, there were a few startups that came through that focused a lot on, I think, CubeSat development, also onboard processing systems. I mentioned computer as well. So yeah, I think these are interesting questions and definitely areas we need to explore as we redefine the challenge moving on from the 10th edition. So yeah, definitely areas to explore. In terms of tracking the progress of startups, we essentially this year are starting a more focused alumni network community. I think in the past we've done kind of ad hoc follow-ups with startups in terms of trying to figure out where they are in their journey, doing some interviews with them, follow-up surveys and things of that sort. But I think now that we're coming into the 10th edition and we have a very strong database of winners from the past few years, just trying to get more involved in building and strengthening the relationships so that we can offer them support even beyond the AEOC program. So it's not just a one-year event that gets done after a year and then we no longer communicate with them. We want to keep that relationship going. So I think the alumni network that we're trying to form this year is going to play a crucial role in keeping those relationships and identifying areas of support that those startups need to further grow. But yeah, I hope I've answered those questions that were posed to me. If you are wanting any further information, then please do reach out via email. I think I shared my email on the presentation, but I'll also put it in the chat as well. Thanks.
Yes, Mahin, you've answered brilliantly, and we still want to talk to you through your email and other media and the platforms of communication. We are handing over the program to Safira to give us a directive. But before that, I want to say thank you for the presenters. You've been wonderful. You have displayed a lot of new knowledge to all of us. Personally, I stand on a different pedestal, derived from work of James, work of Mahin, and the work of Lukaku. I also wanted to appreciate the input we had from Carla, Miguel. That was quite fantastic and very timely, spot on. Dr. Etim, thank you for very directive questions, which also were out to inspire and to give shape to our model of thinking when it comes to space entrepreneurship. There was a question in the chat box asking if James, Kala, and Lukaku, you are going to share the slides or not. I can respond on your behalf if I'm allowed to. This is not a workshop where presenters share their slides. Please give them time to do proper research, to do peer review. Then we encourage publication so that we read them as a published scholars. By doing like that, it will be a support to the spirit and the philosophy of science, research, and scholarship. Thank you so much. Stay honored, stay blessed. Back to you, Safira.
Thank you, Alex. I think you really thanked everyone, so I'm probably not going to do that in the interest of time, but thank you very much for this session. So we are now going to take a break, and we are going to be back 10 minutes on top of the hour because we still have 5 minutes. So 10 minutes, we shall be back for our third and then final session. But please, we've put a form in the chat group. Please feel free to fill it up during the break so that we can use the feedback to improve the sessions. Thank you and see you in 15 minutes.
Regional and national, I will say, technical organization in different sectors. We have identified some champions, etc. So, and then you need to have this public sector clustering, which is going to be the need holders. If you remember the presentation of Mahin on what is going on in Kenya, which can be really a very good pilot. A very important to link the public sector needs with the innovation capacity, national innovation capacity, and bring up support from regional. I think somebody put in the chat that the problem of Africa is that the startups are focusing on national. They cannot go regional or continental. The hub is going to be an opportunity for them to scale up and be able to tackle other domains. But all this without the distances, because everybody is going to be in a kind of platform. It is physical or online, and then to create animation and exchanges to be able really to make the needs and opportunity match. Then we have the education and capacity building clustering, and also R&D. There are a lot of initiatives, a lot of capacity. We have seen the morning, the presentation about CRUST LF and CRUST in English, created by UNESA. The first time the two met, it is because, I will say thanks to the SADNA because we organized something and we brought them together. So since then we have been working together. So it is very important. We have they are the only one when we approach them having a specific master on satellite navigation. So really, whereas you see how this is critical to the continent, and you can see so many few opportunities to build capacity. So important to bring everybody together to assess the need and then to scale up, I will say, to be able to respond the needs. So then the funding institution network, there's a lot of money coming on the continent, lot of funding opportunity, but they cannot be chased, I will say, by the startup and so other. Why? So important to answer this, this question, and create a dedicated platform for space, I would say, endeavors and initiative to find the resources needed. Of course, working with all those different regional, continental frameworks, or international also, we see. Then you have the sectoral user communities. We are working with them, aviation, maritime. They have needs also, and they are the one who are going to define the needs in terms of application, in terms of business, but also they express the needs for the system. So very important to be for them to be present in any of our, I will say, a vision. So to give them the proper role they have. And then you have the private sector and innovative SMEs clustering. I think what Mahpin has presented, I will quote him because they were partners since the beginning, is very interesting on how to identify the different partners. Then if you look at in terms of components, as I say, you can see them. And the different thematic that are going, I will say, to work together within those platforms, either physical, either online. So you will need a secretary or for a certain timeline to host this initiative. This is what we're doing because we have started already developing some aspect of it and some regional component, as I said. Not to address everything as a whole. In a national level, you can do it, and we have AFSA to tackle all the problem as a holistic approach. Where we propose for the application and business development side to have some competence, I will say regional competence pool and cluster. I say the R&D one is Tunisia. It is because of Tunisia has a lot of things on for the, I will say, a favorable ecosystem for startup. And then we have the aviation and drone. Same in Senegal, we have a lot of organization specialized in aviation, and also the sole Pan-African space satellite navigation initiative is based here. And we have food security and agriculture, of course, you cannot do without Kenya and Posti and other. Then water, forestry, and Cameroon and survey geoinformation. For the time being, those are pilots. So we locate them where we have partners and where we can handle. So we have a very, very dynamic one here in Senegal. So we based on it. Yes, yes. Sorry.
Sorry to cut you short. You have about 5 minutes. So if you could just
Oh,
make it
sorry, I was not.
the other
Okay, thank you. So, okay, so you have the disaster risk part in Capo Verde. And then, as I say, we will implement through the SatNav facilities which are based in Dakar. And then we have different technical regional organization which we have MOUs with. We have policy level coordination via the EC-REX and other international organization framework. And then, as I say, we are going to be to operationalize via the SatNav facilities. And then, as I mentioned in the beginning, the need of this hub is really to create a sustainability factor. We have several initiatives that start well, but they stop because there is no sustainability factor. So the first objective of this hub is this to create this sustainability factor for the different continental business, I will say, initiative to make them grow and to scale up and to make them sustainable. And of course, as the part of our mandate, we're going to support what the African Union is doing. I have put some example of a pilot project we have already, but it's not the only one in different topic. And also, just I want to be quick to present what the activity we are planning to do. So in 2025, 2027, we have this inception phase with the studies. We have the assessment and different mapping we have to do. Then we have to develop this policy layer with the different linkage we need using the portfolio, I will say, of actor we have. Then we have the R&D startup SMEs and innovation clustering we need to do with the different, I will say, a partner also we have, and also develop the public-private. So the work is very big for us. And then, of course, we have to work ongoing to identify the priority area for I will say, to focus the investment, and also to analyze, as I said, the different funding opportunity to bring them together, and also to define the characteristics that will be the best for the best practice for R&D and application. So all that. And we have a platform that is coming. It is an international satellite navigation conference, which is planned in Senegal. Initially 2025, but we needed to push it to 2026 to meet. It will be hosted by the government of Senegal. But before, we are preparing this conference, but also there is a pre-event that is coming, which will be the 6th and 7th in July. And it is hosted by the government of Cabo Verde. And it is on the early warning thematic of, I would say, the global vision of the hub, but also the SatNav mandate. I finish. I hope I'm in time. Thank you very much.
Oh, yes, you are. Thank you very much. So for the ones that have questions, please either leave them in the chat group or wait until the entire session is done. So we are going to have our next speaker, Mr. Johnny. If you are available, please. for the topic on geospatial medicine as a catalyst for Africa's space industry. So whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll share the screen.
Okay.
Please let me know if you can see it.
Oh yes, now now we can.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I would like to thank you and the organization for the invitation. It's a true pleasure to present my research in front of you. My name is Jordi Sandalinas. I'm managing professor in space law and policy. I'm a university lecturer, also entrepreneur. And I started this research project on geospatial medicine. As you see, it's not a quite common name, some years ago. And it, of course, we know the properties of the satellites. We have remote sensing, we have satellite navigation, we have telecommunications. This project concerns remote sensing and satellite navigation as well. And as far as remote sensing, we know the properties of satellites to capture data and obtain information regarding forest, the marine environment, the urban planning. But also, I noticed that since satellites can capture the difference between the variation of temperature, then we could focus on health as well. So I'll proceed, and this idea is crucial, because if we advance and protect health in different places and environments and regions, then if we manage to share the data and the information obtained, and we build like strong policy instruments, I think it would be a great example for all the countries. So I took the example of South Africa, and well, I started to study the variations of temperature, and I noticed that there are environmental diseases. In this regard, we have malaria, we have tuberculosis that use the variation of temperature. And depending on such variation, the sickness can grow, can evolve, or can diminish. So there are preventable and curable diseases such as malaria. So we have also the possibility to speak about the epidemiology of diseases. For instance, cancer, we have of course, the microbial, the bacterial, we have all the organic and symptomatic events related to cancer, but we can speak about the epidemiology, which is the social and the regions where cancer is more common. And there are studies and doctrine referring to cancer as being more common in certain areas than others. So the temperature is one of the factors that can influence different sickness. So I divided my research in vector control, which is the fact that sickness can get contagious because of a vector, such as an insect also. And also there are several protocols regarding the evolution of malaria, such as the malaria, which was a project that was started a while ago. And also there are environmental controls regarding the reproduction of mosquito, and we need to monitor these places in order to conduct evaluation and assessment. So there are vector-borne diseases, the one that carry like an external biological creature, such as a mosquito in this regard. There are airborne infection diseases, which is carried out by droplets or aerosols, and also there are non-communicable diseases, which is cancer. In this regard, some vector-borne diseases would be leishmaniasis, lymphatic filariasis, and all this list that you can see here: Rift Valley fever, dengue, yellow fever. So this project it concerns whether such sickness could be like monitored using satellites and using the data coming from temperature as a key driver to know whether the certain regions are more often to happen with this sickness or not. So we can apply satellite technologies to enhance this disease control and the epidemiology. And satellite technologies can help us to predict, to build prediction models, more efficient analytical tools, and of course we can create standards and revisit the existing protocols in order to create guidelines and to create robust policy foundations and use artificial intelligence, which would be known as geospatial AI data. And of course, if it's interoperable and can be interpreted from one region to another, from one country to another, this spatial data is such an advantage because we can share information, valuable information to protect people. So this project is about protecting people, is about protecting and helping humans from health and protect the health of the human beings and the population and the citizens. So this research project was created to boost a training integration, a project management, to design like a proper satellite configuration and a launch coordination. Of course, this project involves the assistance of the university framework regarding research in geospatial, GeoI, medicine, and international law, health law as well. We need model variations and implementation. And of course, it's an opportunity not only for universities, but for startups dedicated to boost and to create this synergy. Because of course, if we create medical solutions, then we can benefit the private sector as well. So there are some pilot cases that I thought it was a great idea to start with, such as tuberculosis. And of course, but there are many more because here we have this table that features different modes of transmission and it differentiates vector-borne diseases and airborne infection diseases. And as you can see, there are different examples of vectors such as mosquito, tsetse files, sand files, ticks, fleas, and so on. They're defined by pathogen carriers, the examples of diseases as the ones that I referred before, but also airborne infectious diseases. We could include tuberculosis, COVID-19, influenza, and so on. So I think now it's a time to understand that Africa is a growing market, is a place where satellites can do a great job. So I think that this is an opportunity for the space sector to grow and to create like a solid and robust continent, which is a great opportunity again. So of course, this is another table explaining the type of diseases, like depending whether are vector-borne or airborne or non-communicable. So there are different examples, such as communicable, I would say, diabetes or cardiovascular disease. I mean, they are directly influenced by pollution and urban lifestyle and diet and stress, and all these factors can be very important to and such data can be obtained from by satellite, because with satellites we can monitor the pollution status of several regions. So again, this is another table, another study that I created depending on different types of cancer and how can we use satellite technology. For instance, we have thermal infrared, multispectral imagery. You can control all these different variations of temperature. And there are some environmental factors that need to be monitored, such as air pollution, again, radiation, water contamination, and so on. So I thought it was South Africa a perfect example. It was also an opportunity for me to collaborate with the country, and it this project, as I said, started with the study of a personal case regarding cancer and how to cure and how to monitor rare diseases, rare cancer diseases, and of course the epidemiological treatment of cancer is the foundation of this project as a starting point. So again, this project would lead to the creation of a geospatial platform to support this visualization, where several factors are important to include, such as artificial intelligence and spatial data. We could address complex situations, complex problems, and we could do prediction models. We could use algorithms and machine learning protocols. And of course, there's already some case studies regarding, for instance, the association between environmental factors and gestational diabetes mellitus. And this concerns pregnant women, for instance. And also on the side of the doctrine studies the correlation between environmental pollution and acute asthma events. So again, it identified like a correlation between, for instance, gas concentrations and the risk of asthma. So satellites are useful not only to protect nature, not only to protect and predict catastrophes, but again, of course, this is a theoretical project. It starts from the existing doctrine, and of course, I will need the support of space agencies, universities, research centers, and which would help to create a model validation and to know whether and when this project can be used or else, and also would help to implementate this project in Africa, which would be a great asset. So again, thank you very much. I hope I have not exceeded too much in time. I'm open for collaboration. Please contact me anytime, and I'm open for questions and comments. So thank you so much, Sophia. I give you the floor back.
Thank you, Jody. I think this was really exciting. So thank you for your time, and we've definitely done so much to be done. So hopefully that enough collaboration coming out. So we are going to go for the next session, and then we shall have the questions end in the interest of time. So Alexander, whenever you're ready, you can go on with your session.
Yes, Vera, I'm ready. Let me share my slides before I begin speaking. I don't know, have I shared my screen?
Yes, Alexander, we can see your screen.
You can see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want to put it in full slide mode, or you want to leave it like this?
Kindly help me to put it in a full slide mode. Is it like that?
No, it's only you that. Okay, good. This is it. It's fine.
That is okay now.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. Okay. Now let me introduce myself, and I promise to keep time. I'll use less than 15 minutes. My name is Opicho. I come from Kenya. I live and work in Nairobi. My work is corporate training with the focus on projects, project design, monitoring and evaluation, governance, and leadership. I'm proud to be before you, and I'm really honored to have this chance to talk before you, because it's not easy, it's not for granted. Those who are keen with spirituality of life, we say it is the gift of God. It is a divine chance. So please, brothers and sisters from all over the world, East Africa and West Africa, South Africa, Central Africa, Senegal, Nigeria, I'm honored to be before you. My topic of this paper is assessing the balanced scorecard in implementation of Earth observation projects. Of course, we need an example of where they are being implemented. Now I took the study took the in-depth case analysis of RCMRD, which is found in Nairobi, Kenya. RCMRD stands for Regional Center for Mapping of Resources for Development. So allow me go to the next slide, please. This is the summary of what I want to explain, to share with you. A brief history of RCMRD. You had Mahin and Alikaku. Saying now and then that a lot of startups and technical institutions from Kenya are doing so well, are performing. That was so humbling. Now we want to look at the strategy behind this continuous or this attractive success in technical entrepreneurship in relationship to space science. So one of the organizations that are involved in space entrepreneurship or Earth observation projects is RCMRD. The balanced scorecard is not anything new. It's just a type of a strategy. It's a model of doing things. It's a business approach. Different organizations have got different approaches to their way of governance and leadership. But at RCMRD, strategy and the implementation of strategy is guided by balanced scorecard. Balanced scorecard as a model of governance was designed and suggested by David Norton and Robert Kaplan in 2012. It has had diverse adoption and adaptation and application by different organizations. But for this purpose, because we are concerned with space entrepreneurship, space governance, and space leadership, we shall focus on the RCMRD experience. Now, difficult words are balanced scorecard, geomatics, and Earth observation, because the word geomatic was used somewhere in the abstract. Now, kindly allow me go to the next slide. Of course, I'm a bit academic. I've not been in the corporate world for so much in terms of corporate leadership, but I've been corporate training, which has a lot of academic heritage. So I believe in defining difficult words. The first difficult word is strategic value, which is values that are core principles that guide an organization's decision, actions, behaviors. They also include commitment or focus on innovation, customer-centric satisfaction, ethical business practices, and social responsibility, especially corporate social responsibility. Another difficult word is balanced scorecard. It is a strategic performance management framework that enables organizations to translate their vision and strategy into coherent set of performance measures beyond traditional financial indicators. Another difficult word that you will come across the full paper is the word geomatics. So we have people who don't have a background in earth-related engineering. Geomatics involve geodesy. Geodesy is a vertical measurement of a distance. Geographical information system, which we are now calling geospatial information science, science of collecting geospatial data, storing geospatial data, processing geospatial data, getting geospatial results, mapping geospatial phenomena, and making pertinent decisions. Now within geomatics, we also have global positioning, which you call GPS. That is quite common to each and everyone. Hydrography is science of identifying and mapping water resources in the crust of the earth, but not atmospheric water bodies. Mapping is simply giving a geographical identity to data. Photogrammetry is science of light and interpreting images by using raster data. Raster data is a photo, a picture. Remote sensing is identifying an object not within a closer range, and surveying is simply measuring geographical locations of the Earth or even in the space by using vertical distances, horizontal distances, and sometimes by using hypotenusal approach, which is using the theory of hypotenuse. Earth observation, it was extensively discussed by Mahin and Likaku in their paper, but it is simply collecting data on the physical, chemical, biological systems, as well as ecosystems of the Earth. Spatial projects are simply projects which are concerned with people, geographical places, ideas, but in relationship to the Earth and the space above the Earth. Outer space projects are simply space mission projects. During the question and answer session, someone might want to know what is an outer space project. I will obviously invite any other delegate to give a proper explanation in terms of defining the semantic value of the word outer space project. Allow me go to the next slide. Now back to the balance scorecard, and this is empirical information. Empirical means the ongoing or the practical information. Now balance scorecard has 15 pillars. When you are applying a balance scorecard as your strategy or governance implementation model, you use 15 pillars. But I chose to focus on the 4 main pillars because of time economy in terms of getting time to present. But in the full paper, I will explore 15 main pillars of balance scorecard as a geospatial strategy implementation model. Now we have got a financial and stewardship pillar. Stewardship means management, financial management, a customer and a stakeholder as a pillar, internal process as a pillar, learning and growth as a pillar. So in financial stewardship, we talk about area of focus, which is financial performance and resource utilization. But remember, we had a problem that was observed by Kariuki Wanda and my sister Anne about absence of resources when it comes to space entrepreneurship. So under resource utilization, we also have resource mobilization. The metrics of financial performance and resource mobilization and utilization is a return on investment, revenue growth, profit margins, cash flow, cost leadership, which you also call cost reduction, assets management or assets performance. Then a turnover ratio. Turnover ratio is the capacity of the organization to achieve the results by at the same time winning economic benefits or stakeholder satisfaction. So what is RSMRD experience? 40% of the stakeholders say that it is true balance scorecard is helping on the financial stewardship, finance and stewardship performance, but 60% says it's not good. They're not getting what they wanted by implementing a balance scorecard. The second pillar is customer and a stakeholder. But now, at a macroeconomic level, let's use the word stakeholder. A customer can be a stakeholder, but a stakeholder may not be a customer. So stakeholders are institutions, organizations, and individuals who are either directly or indirectly affected by the activities of the project. Now, area of focus where you're applying a balanced scorecard to manage customer and stakeholders is customer value. Customer value means customer value creation, the customer value addition, or capital expansion in respect and recognition of the customer and the stakeholder as a partner in a geospatial project implementation. Then I've got the stakeholder satisfaction and retention. The metrics of measuring this is a satisfaction score, market share, customer retention, a new customer acquisition or new stakeholder acquisition, for example, new donor acquisition, new funding partner acquisition, customer profitability. Customer profitability means economic benefit you enjoy by maintaining that particular one customer. Then the net promoter score, which was discussed by another presenter before. Now, what is the experience when these start carried out the data analysis, data collection analysis? It was established that 80% say that balanced scorecard is achieving effective customer and stakeholder relationship. 20% they say it is not achieving. Another metric is internal process. Internal process are those organizational culture, management structure, employee turnover, state of motivation, quality and quality control, that type of stuff. Now, the area of focus under internal process is operational excellence and quality and innovation. The metrics of measuring internal processes and the pillar of internal process of the balanced scorecard is a defect rate or failure rate in terms of product output, time management, process cost reduction, which is some level of depreciation and production expense, a new product development time, product design, or project design and implementation, completion and handover. Then quality matrix. One of the quality matrix are, all of you are aware, Six Sigma. I can give you the quality matrix. Another one, the ISO 9000. Each and every country has the national quality standardizations. Like Kenya, they have the CAPES, Kenya Bureau of Standard. But in a nutshell, measurement of quality is the degree or extent to which a stakeholder is satisfied. Now, a response from data collection and analysis shows that 30% say internal processes are not good because of the balanced scorecard. 70% say it is good. Then lastly, learning and growth. You had Mahin and Rikaku, as well as James, talking about capacity building. So under balanced scorecard, we have got what we call self-continuous development, self-continuous capacity building. When you apply balanced scorecard, there is a goal which obliges each and every member of the organization to observe what we call self-continuous intellectual, technical, academic, social, moral, spiritual, religious development. An employee, a member of the organization, is supposed to take himself or herself to school to improve, to change his or her own competitiveness in terms of human capacity to provide leadership and technical service to geospatial projects. So the metrics are here, investment and other things. Because of time, I'm jumping to read this. But the observation is that 40% agree it is helping, 60% disagree it is not helping. Now, analysis of respondents, because you might wonder, where did this old man get these responses? These responses are like this: 15% management staffs responded 100%. 300 operation, 15 management staffs responded 100%. All of them responded. 300 operational staffs, that are the people in GIS, photogrammetry, remote sensing, AI, Python programming, R application, GPS, GNSS, those type of technologies we adopt when we are doing Earth observation and geospatial projects are all in RCMRD. So these 300 are the technical people. 90% responded. 500 diverse stakeholders from customers, suppliers, competitors, Kenya national agents, and others, 60% only responded. Then we have got 3 external stakeholders that have got a lot of concern with the project. That is the ISO auditor, because RCMRD is ISO certificated. Then the 3 CAPES auditors, because RCMRD is a CAPES Kenya Bureau of Standards certificated. Then the external financial auditor, we had a 100% response. So that is the analysis of response. So you can link it to the kind of response on the previous slide I will share in a full paper. Now, this is the end of my slide. What is the conclusion? The conclusion will be found in my full paper, because I'm aware there was not enough time to present each and everything at this juncture. However, as a glimpse, it can be observed that strategies don't just work. We have to beat our organizations and beat the strategy to fit our corporate and humanitarian environment. That is observation, but we shall continue working together with Professor Etim and other team members to find out that the paper is properly peer-reviewed and properly published for better consumption at a scholarship and intellectual level. Thank you. My first presentation is over. Unfortunately, I'm again the person to make the next presentation. Back to you, Safira.
No, it's okay. You can make the next presentation, and then we shall have questions at the end. But for the attendees, please feel free to leave the questions in the chat box so that we draw back to them as and when he's done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. So am I allowed to share my other slides?
Yes, please feel free to share them, but then also limit the time of the presentation because you're sort of running out of time. So if you can keep it as short as possible, we would appreciate.
That.
We can see the screen, so if you could just, okay, cool.
You have seen the screen now?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Safira. I promise to take 12 minutes because of this commitment I'm making. Now, my dear audience, don't get bored with my continuous presence. I'm also concerned with that. But this is second paper. It is it aims at provoking younger people who are in science. I've seen a lot of younger people here. I've seen Emmanuel Lotabo, I've seen Edwin, I've seen Anne, I've seen Wanda Kariuki. This paper does not have a lot of corporate connotations, but it intends to provoke scientific debate and exchange of thoughts. So it is going beyond the noir scales to improve accuracy level in measurement of geospatial data. So that what NOIR, a colleague from Senegal, could pronounce it noir, but it's not noir. It is simply an acronym for nominal, ordinal, interval, and ratio. Any one of you who has ever participated in any science process, there is a stage where you are required to measure, to quantify, to come up with both quantitative and qualitative and a mixed value of data you're using in your research process. So traditionally, in all universities in the world, even those teaching sciences, they are still stressing that you use a nominal scale or ordinal scale or interval scale or ratio scale, but that one is not realistic when it comes to measurement of geospatial data. Geospatial data is tricky, is complex, it has abnormal behavior. So you guys, you people in the science world, you are obligated to go beyond the 4 scales and adventure in other scales I'm going to read to you here. So my next slide is a definition of what is a measuring scale. A measuring scale, measuring scale is simply universally accepted or standardized approach used to get the quantity, description, position, relativity, and the comparativeness of any given data item, either data item or data set. What are these traditional scales that I'm trying to argue against, that they are not absolute, they are limited. They have got limited application. If anything, they are supposed to be applied in the social world. These traditional measuring scales were suggested by Stanley Smith. By then, he was a younger psychologist in America. He suggested them for the purpose of carrying out measurement of scales in psychology research. But now, if you open any textbook of geospatial research methods, or survey research methods, or geomantic project methods, go to the topic of data measurement, you will see still others stressing nominal scale, interval scale, ordinal scale, ratio scale. This is not effective. As a scientist, you need to be curious and anxious. There are other scales which are better, which can provide more level of accuracy compared to the current 4. So this paper tried to come up with a list of other scales we can venture into, but explanation of each and every scale will be found in the full paper at the level of publication. So other scales are absolute scale, cyclic scale, upscale, downscale, slide scale, lunar scale, membership scale, based on the logic of set and set theory. They have got Vuz scale, discrete scale, attribution scale, derived scale, mutually exclusive scale, Krichin scale, Ligard scale, binary scale, factor scale, raster scale, point scale, Boltzmann scale, semantic scale, correlative scale, semiotic scale, probabilistic scale, Dembro scale based on time, quantum scale based on tiny matters, or nanoscale for that matter. We have got also the TIN scale in full is the triangulated irregular network scale, the plane scale, diagonal scale. We have the comparative scale, vernier scale, double vernier scale, retrograde vernier scale, intrinsic scale, pattern process measurement scale, and as well as modeling CAM visualization scale. So beyond the 4 that have dominated world of research, these are other scales to be discussed, improved, and adopted for application in measuring geospatial data. For example, if we just pick one scale, from the previous scale, we just pick the Krichin scale. Krichin is not an English word, it's a name of a geostatistician from South Africa, but now his name has been adopted to have an English value or a semantic value. The word Krichin in GIS means interpolation by basing on the neighborhood. Now, if you approach the Krichin scale, you can also get other subscales, like Gaussian Krichin scale, spherical Krichin scale, linear Krichin scale, cyclic Krichin scale, exponential Krichin scale, block Krichin scale, single Krichin scale, indicator Krichin scale, probabilistic Krichin scale, multiple Gaussian Krichin scale, log-norm Krichin scale. IDW means inverse distance weighting Krichin scale, universal Krichin scale, ordinary Krichin scale, co-Krichin, disjunctive, and a conjective Krichin scale. So people who have some slight background in GIS, photogrammetry, remote sensing, or any geomantic education, they know what Krichin is, but they limit Krichin to interpolation. the challenge this paper is posing to the science community is to come up with properly polished, properly evolved geospatial data measurement scales based on the different critical subscales. Technologies we're gonna use in critical are not many. There are just the obvious technologies we know. You can use ArcGIS. ArcGIS is a geospatial software manufactured, developed, and maintained or managed by ASLI. ASLI is Environmental System Research Institute. We have got the QGIS. QGIS for Quantum GIS is also a software for geospatial data modeling. We also have R and Python. R is a programming language found inside ArcGIS, and Python is also a programming language found inside ArcGIS and as well as in QGIS. So you can reprogram R to come up with different grading scales. Similarly, you can reprogram Python to do what? To come up with different grading scales or other non-traditional scales. Someone talked about AI. R and Python are able, they have got the potential to work with AI to produce new scales or other parameters of data modeling. Conclusion. This study recommends that researchers doing spatial research are encouraged to go beyond such scales of nominal, ordinal, interval, and ratio to adventure into non-traditional skills with keen focus on creating, which has a lot of mathematical and scientific flexibility. I hope I've kept the time. My presentation is over. I stop from there, and I'm willing to respond to any question. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alexander. I think we are still within time, so we can receive the questions, then respond to them. So if anyone has questions, feel free to unmute, or raise your hand, or just send them to the chat. Maybe people get the questions. I just have one for Jody. On the AI systems, is it better for us to really start afresh, or should we look at models elsewhere in terms of what has been done and then build on those ones? Do we need to reinvent the wheel as regards that, or should we build on the already existing work? Yeah. I don't know if you got it as it was directed to you, sir, Mr. Jody. Yes,
Sorry, there was a question or just a request just to leave my email?
I think there's that, but I was asking, so in terms of integrating AI with satellite data, should we build on existing models, or should we revamp the way? And are there existing models in terms of maybe this has been done elsewhere and these are the results, so we can replicate that here and then get what we would want?
If I understood correctly, because the communication was breaking up, I think that yeah, there's no problem. We could implement this model in every country, every region, and it's just a matter of joining the stakeholders from different regions or different countries, such as universities, startups, academia, the private sector. It's just a matter of whoever is interested. I mean, it's just a matter of gathering. First, create a validation of the model and focus on which sickness or which parameter are we interested in, and then it's a matter of working together, create an example, a case plot, a validation, saying, okay, we find that this works because this project works in this region, and then we can move forward. Because we should not forget that there are so many sicknesses, there are many factors influencing the sickness, and of course we can rely on the different doctrine existing before, but now it's the ambioma, the environment is changing constantly. So there are many factors such as pollution levels and temperature rising and all with these climate change events. So it's a matter of creating validation models depending on where are we focusing, region, temperatures or factors, and then sicknesses, which examples do we have, and of course it's a matter of creating an statistical modeling. So cooperation is essential, international cooperation is essential, and I think Africa as a growing market has an excellent opportunity in developing tools to become a unique territory, to create an ad hoc technology to export to other or places. So I hope I'm answering the question.
Yes, you did for the most part. So are there any models that have been done elsewhere, or is it going to be the start?
Well, there are different studies regarding, as I showed, there are different articles written that refer to the interaction between sicknesses and environmental factors such as pollution, right? So we have doctrine and different, for instance, as I remember, South Africa has different examples. I brought out two articles. I can share my screen and show them if you want to. Again, since you're asking if that's okay.
No, it's okay. You can all share them. It's okay.
So here they are. These are the two articles that I was referring. These are the examples happening, and the study focus. The first article by Mike and others was focusing between the association between environmental factors and diabetes and gestational diabetes. So they used a geospatial modeling, and they gather information about 9,000 pregnant women in the U.S. So it happened in the U.S. This one. Again, another study referred to the correlation between the environmental pollution and asthma. So in this study used data regarding population, land use, distance, and topography. Depending on whether the climate is dry or wet, asthma can evolve in certain parameters, and also the findings that this article identified a positive correlation between chemical gas concentration and the risk of acute asthma events. So I think to stop pollution from happening is crucial. So again, it depends on any city you have, any village. So how and how much is affected by pollution. So if we control pollution, we control certain sicknesses. Can we control pollution using satellites? The article says so, but again, I mean, if there's someone interested, we can create a model. We can speak with the government or the stakeholder, whomever is interested from the public or the private sector. Let's start, and we can create a model on and study and similar cases. And since if we have like a model of a concrete region in any country in Africa or in the world, then we can just predict and make predictions. And for instance, I remember I assisted at a conference by the people from Copernicus. They refer to the marine environment, and they are starting Opera. Opera is an amazing project that brings satellite data that gathers information from the marine regions. So again, I mean, there's a cooperation happening, and we should be aware of all the programs and opportunities. So I'm here to help. Please contact me at your convenience. So I'm not only for this project for formation and any particular field in space law and policy and the protection of environment and drone law. We can use drones. Drones are the little brothers of the satellites, so we can integrate sensors into drones, and then we can protect lives with drones. I remember I presented a work that I used satellite imagery as evidence in front of the court, and satellite imagery was used as an evidence before the International Criminal Court to protect human rights. Because I remember with satellite imagery, there was an example that in a certain region, the government said that they were creating highways and there were trucks providing like materials and goods, but satellite imagery provided that there were helicopters bombarding a hospital. So I mean, we have technology. Let's use it. Let's cooperate and let's create a single, and a global economy, and we have plenty of opportunities. We need the will of the decision makers and the funds to create this technology and to integrate the technology. And if we work together, I mean, now in the 21st century, we can control all the sicknesses that are related to the climate, and we can monitor them. So I'm positive on that, and I hope it will happen. And Africa is an emerging market. I mean, come on. I mean, it's a place where all the startups and international corporations are focusing now, and you have a strategic position because you can cooperate with Africa, with with the United States, with Europe, with Asia. I mean, you have no limits, in my opinion. So again, please contact me if I can be of any help.
Okay, thank you very much for responding to that. I see Dr. Tim, please, you can unmute and ask the question.
Yes, thanks very much, and thanks to all the presenters. A question, I think just one question for Aisha, and that's to maybe shed a bit more light on the Africa GNS Innovation Hub. There was a particular slide where you showed something like a structure with locations, Tunisia, Senegal, Kenya, Cameroon, and Cape Verde, something like that. And each of these areas, I think they're supposed to focus on a particular thematic area, maybe aviation, water and registry, something like that. So is it that for each of these locations, there will be, in quotes, smaller hubs in each of these places, and then the project that JPA is pursuing is like a network of all this? Just to shed a bit more light on the concept around the GNSS Innovation Hub. Thank you.
Dr. Ed, thank you very much, Tim. Yes, in fact, we have already several, as I understand, we have backbone structures based on MOEs and assessment of these, I would say, regional capabilities and needs. So the location is really based on it. And I was taking, we have, for instance, in Tunisia, you have opportunity to develop things on R&D for startups to locate. There are already some laboratories. There are a lot of things to be able to develop some GNSS initiative. The Senegal, as I said, we have there are several organizations already there in aeronautic and aerospace in Africa. So really, it is to take opportunity of the possibility to locate physically something. And then when we, as you say, when you have a project which is related to aeronautics, we are going to create a competence, something of lot of competence clustering localized in Senegal. So either you join physically or virtually, depending.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Tim, and thank you, Aisha, for the response. I don't know if the questions are done because I don't see any in the group chat. But in case they are done, I think we're just right on time, 2 minutes to. So thank you everyone for the presenters. Please thank you very much for your time and taking time to work on the presentations and the papers that were sent in. And for your time, we really do appreciate. So thank you very much. I think we are going to close here, but we invite you for tomorrow's session. It's going to be around the same time. So it starts at 8 GMT and then up until this time. And I think we've really learned a lot from the different sessions that we've had from the different speakers in terms of appreciating where the African space industry is, and then sort of getting a picture of where do we want to go and what can be done from all the industries. So again, thanks a lot, and I'll see you tomorrow around the same time. But then also feel free to send questions to the different participants that did share their emails. And then for the ones that can't access them, I think you can always send them to me or to Dr. Etim.
Thank you, Safira. Thanks, everyone. So we see you tomorrow. Bye for now.
Bye. See you tomorrow. Sorry, Etim, I was interrupted. I'm sorry. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.